should be good.
On the record, Alan? Good morning. Today is the third day of evidentiary hearings that are scheduled in docket EFSB 22-03/DPU-22-21. Does anyone have any preliminary matters they want to bring up on the record?
The company does not.
City does not.
Nothing from MIT, thank you.
Thank you. In that case, we will proceed to questioning from the bench on issues related to project outreach, environmental justice, and consistency with state policies, including as those matters may touch on MIPA. I'm directing these questions primarily to Meredith and Todd in light of their key roles in terms of outreach to the communities impacted by the project, but I am aware that other witnesses have provided responses that may relate to some of the questions, in particular related to MIPA, that I may ask, and I welcome their testimony to the extent it's needed to provide a responsive answer to my questions. I've also tried to segregate most of the MIPA questions and the questions regarding consistency with state policy towards the end of the questioning. I'll remind Meredith and Todd that they've both been previously sworn. Are you both familiar with the requirements that MIPA has adopted in part as a result of the passage of the Roadmap Act related to public involvement protocols for environmental justice communities?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is the outreach process that the company undertook for this project comparable to the outreach process required by the MIPA protocol for public involvement with environmental justice communities?
I'll start with that, and then Meredith, if you have anything to add. So I'll just describe a little bit as we describe in the petition, section 1-7. Even all the way back in 2019, the company really strived for a proactive, transparent communication with the community, and that still continues today throughout the entire.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lanham, you dropped out a word or two. Even all the way back in 2019, the company really
strove to engage the community in a proactive and transparent way. The first discussions on the project were held in January of 2019, and they continue to this day. Since that time, more than 100 meetings have been held, and engagement has included numerous opportunities for public input, including formal public hearings through the Cambridge Transportation and Public Utilities Committee, collaborative conversations with municipal staff, community and community-based organization focus groups, our attendance at civic associations, in community events, public open houses, door-to-door outreach, and traditional newspaper advertisements, including those in English, Spanish, and Portuguese publications. There were also social media posts. So I do feel that the company really made a very strong effort to engage the community and inform them of this project in the language that they felt most comfortable hearing it in.
If I can add to what Todd had said, and Mr. Newhall and can step in, when it comes to the MIPA requirements, the basis really focused on meaningful engagement, giving the community and all voices an opportunity to contribute to what the project evolved into as to what you see today. So from what Todd has articulated from the beginning, even though the MIPA regulations came into place after, before we filed, but after we had filed with MIPA, the intent of the regulations is to make sure that each community member, regardless of where they live, regardless of the language that they speak, had an opportunity to engage, that we looked at engaging those community members in many different forums, many different times of day, many different languages, so that they could participate in the project, have a voice in the project, and have a say in what we ultimately proposed. So the intent and the focus of what we did really meets the intent and meaning of MIPA as we understand it. Mr. Newhall, could you add to that from the MIPA perspective?
Yes, thanks, Ms. Benjamins. We work closely as a company following the new regulations that were being considered by the MIPA office as part of the Climate Act consistency that was signed in 2021. Those new regulations were going to go into effect in, I believe, 2022. However, we were in the process of preparing our MIPA filing in 2021 and ultimately filed in December of 2021. But again, as we were following those proposed regulations, we obviously wanted to be consistent with the spirit of those new regulations and interim protocols that MIPA was putting together for meaningful engagement and participation by environmental justice communities and their opportunities to get communications about proposed projects, not only in English, but also in a variety of other languages, and also provide that feedback to the company. I will go on just a couple more minutes and then I can turn it over to Ms. Berica to provide some detail about some of the outreach that they performed. But in terms of our MIPA filing, we did meet with the MIPA office in advance of our filing just to clarify our intent on consistency with some of the proposed interim protocols that they were basically on the verge of implementing prior to our filing of our ENF. We did solicit from them a list of community organizations that are active not only in the area of the Greater Cambridge Project, but also statewide, as well as federally recognized tribes. We got a list of those community contacts, and we did conduct notification to those community organizations about our filing of the ENF. We prepared that in 5 different languages, and we submitted that out to those organizations, letting them know when we were having the MIPA virtual site visit, and identifying when the public comment period for the project for the MIPA filing started and was proposed to end. And when we did conduct our MIPA virtual site visit, that was done in the evenings to allow for, the most participation by the public when they weren't, potentially at work or at school or any other, typical daytime commitments. So we conducted that at night. We did also have live interpretation services available at that meeting. We did, in our public notice outreach to those community groups, we did offer to have live interpretation services if that was so desired, and we requested that those agencies or those organizations let us know if they had specific language access needs. We did not receive any specific requests for any particular languages, though in an effort to be able to field any questions in any other languages besides English, namely Russian, Haitian Creole, Spanish, Brazilian Portuguese. We did have live interpreters available at that meeting so that, again, questions could be asked, or if somebody showed up and requested that live interpretation, we could provide that to them. Additionally, we extended the public comment period, I believe at least once, if not twice, to allow for additional comment periods. MIPA had received some comments from certain groups that they didn't have enough time to review the filing and prepare their comments. So we did extend the public comment period out based on those requests. And that was what we did as a company to try to comply with the spirit of the kind of the on the verge of the new MIPA interim protocols and regulations that were being prepared, but had not yet been fully implemented at the time that we filed our MIPA ENF. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Ms. Barrick. I think she could probably provide some additional detail on the exact outreach efforts that the company conducted to get out into the community and host public open houses, and again provide that those language access services in and around the time that we were filing our MIPA ENF.
If I can just interrupt you, because I'm sure I'm going to have more questions to direct to Meredith with regard to that, but I was curious because to a certain extent, the project, at least in terms of the substation, was subject to kind of two MIPA processes. Is that correct? One associated with the larger development with BP properties, and the second one when you filed your ENF for the project. Is that correct?
That's correct. Effectively, the project has kind of gone through two sets of MIPA review. The Cambridge Redevelopment Authority and the Boston Properties, which is the developer. Cambridge Redevelopment Authority, I think, is technically the proponent, as they were proposing a larger urban renewal and redevelopment of the Kendall Square area. Boston Properties is the actual developer coming in to construct and build the buildings and other infrastructure that's required. The Cambridge Redevelopment Authority and Boston Properties prepared a MIPA ENF, and again, their process, I wasn't, the company was not involved with their process, and it has occurred over a kind of an extended duration, but the entire Kendall Square redevelopment was subject to MIPA review. And then as it was going through that process, again, and I think the 2020 timeframe, we began as a company to interact with Boston Properties at the suggestion of the city of Cambridge to see if there would be any opportunity for collaboration between the two, project proponents, for lack of a better term, to combine our need for a substation in and around the Kendall Square area with the large Kendall Square development that was being proposed by Boston Properties. Both of the projects have received that MIPA review separate from each other, but detailing what was proposed in both. So Boston Properties and their MIPA review really focused on the mixed-use residential development that was being proposed. And then the company's MIPA review process was centered on, the substation to a certain extent, although the substation in and of itself is not a development that would have otherwise triggered any MIPA review thresholds. However, as a larger project, coupling a substation with multiple proposed transmission lines, the company's project did need to undergo MIPA review. That was done in, again, December, January, February of 2021 into early 2022. We ultimately received a MEPA certificate for our ENF filing in March of 2022 that concluded that no environmental impact report was going to be required for the project.
So I guess I wanted to see to what extent the company began outreach efforts dating back to the filing for with MEPA for the larger project, and how those kind of outreach efforts integrated with maybe the overall development, property developer outreach efforts.
Sure.
I think that's a great question, actually, for Todd, Mr. Lanham, to start on, Mr. Newhall, with those coordinated efforts and relationships that we built with the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority. And
Yeah, so I'll try to start. So make sure I understand the question. So I guess you're trying to understand the engagement activities that that were started back when at the time that the redevelopment of the parcel kind of manifested itself.
That's right. And basically how kind of perhaps some of the outreach efforts that you started then and maybe later addressing, you know, to what extent those played into your further outreach efforts connected with your MEPA ENF filing.
I'll try to get there. Maya, Chris, if you would just kind of supplement it. So as Chris, Mr. Newhall described, the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority, because they are the redevelopment grantor, and again, I'm probably oversimplifying it, but they do have the redevelopment authority there in the Kendall Square area. Once we had started discussing the Fulkerson parcel that we owned, and subsequently had engagement with the abutting property owners, the community groups in and around the Fulkerson parcel, it kind of changed into a broader discussion with the city and the CRA about if Fulkerson was not a viable solution from a community's perspective, where are we going to put the substation? So we started doing engagement in partnership with the CRA, the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority, to explain and understand what some of the community concerns were and what some of the city's concerns were. And it really kind of started at the Fulkerson parcel, if you will. So we had a lot of engagement with the neighbors and the abutting property owners. We talked to the developers that were doing work in and around Cambridge. And over the course of time, over the course of our engagement with those parties and the city, Boston Properties kind of came to light that they had a redevelopment plan already in place, but it could be potentially modified. So it was at that point that I think the project started looking at, could we incorporate our infrastructure into their redevelopment plans? And it was at that point that we started seeing some synergies and we started addressing some of the main community concerns, which were concerns about the substation and the infrastructure not being where the bulk of the load was being driven. So it was predominantly, commercials was driving a lot of the need. So it was through those engagements and the conversations that we started developing this concept that maybe there might be a way partnering with the developer and with the Boston Properties redevelopment that started gaining some momentum. So I'm going to pause and see if I'm going in the right direction to answer your question.
It is. I was just wondering if you could comment on kind of the time frame you're addressing. When did it start? Kind of how over what time frame it continued before kind of it turned to the specific outreach for your ENF and the kind of gel energy project development.
So I actually think I think the way that I would describe that it started, it was, so let me see if let me kind of go back and take a step back in time. So we started, I'm
Can
sorry,
I
Maya,
step in for a minute?
please,
Mr. Lanham?
sure.
So our engagement with the community, specifically around the Boston Properties site, began in 2020. Once we faced significant concern from both the city of Cambridge and the adjacent properties owners to Fulkerson, and we, as Mr. Lanham explained, developed this relationship, and had vetted that we could successfully co-locate the substation. We sat down with the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority and the City of Cambridge and other public entities and participated in their public hearings about specifically the Boston Properties parcel. All of their meetings were around, one component was changing the zoning of the area, which specifically addressed that there could be no electrical infrastructure that did not specifically serve the area. So the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority took it on to change that zoning. And they also went through an iterative process to allow Boston Properties to construct in a manner that would facilitate a case for the substation, as well as the additional work that they would be allowed to do to offset the cost of the substation. So that outreach, Eversource was intricately involved with. We would not be leading the meetings, but we were frequently asked to comment on the need of the project and how that was driving Boston Properties component. From the perspective of our relationship with Boston Properties, it was important to Boston Properties that they knew they could successfully permit their project before they entered into an agreement with us. That agreement was signed in first quarter of 2022, and that's when we pursued our petition with the siting board. So our engagement with the community as it pertained to the permitting associated with Boston Properties was back to first and second quarter of 2020. And then Mr. Newhall stepped in 2021 with his engagement around MIPA.
And can you tell me how that process of outreach that began then informed the outreach that the company undertook in connection with its specific project and its, upcoming ENF filing with MIPA?
I can,
Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say, I can jump in here a little bit. And this is where I think maybe either Mr. Lanham or Ms. Barica could provide some detail, but we did conduct some outreach to the community in advance of our MIPA filing. That was done in September and October of 2021. And again, to reiterate, we filed our MIPA ENF in December of 2021.
So, for example, would the people or the different entities that provided comments on the Boston Properties development, Cambridge Redevelopment Authority filing with MIPA, did those people then shift to kind of engagement with the company with regard to the MIPA project filing for your project?
I can't specifically comment. I was not following the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority or Boston Properties MIPA process and again over their extended timeline. I wasn't following it that closely in terms of who was commenting and whether they were specifically commenting on the Eversource project. I guess all I can really comment to is, the engagement that occurred as a, part of our MIPA ENF filing process. If you've got a specific comment related to that or question, I guess I could answer that.
I guess I was more wondering if the groups in the community that had participated in the earlier MIPA process, then were part of the people that you reached out to with regard to your MIPA ENF filing?
Specifically for folks that we targeted, we were going with a suggested list of community organizations that the MIPA Environmental Justice Director provided to us. To the extent that there was overlap with any organizations that were also interested in the Cambridge Kendall Square redevelopment, I can't say that. We were following the MIPA office's direction on those organizations and who should be contacted.
So you wouldn't necessarily have tried to rely on those community groups as part of the list of organizations that you might be reaching out to for the ENF. That's all I'm asking.
Not specifically for the MIPA ENF. If Ms. Barrica or Mr. Lanham can comment about any groups that they continued to reach out to through their efforts that may have some crossover with the Cambridge redevelopment, Kendall Square development, they could comment on that.
I'm happy to try and address that. So yes, we did. The list of stakeholders that we've maintained and continue to stay engaged with did include those agencies and community-based organizations that came from MIPA. What I think we noticed over time is that the interested parties shifted more from some of the environmental groups that MIPA had identified in their EJ outreach or their EJ list. We noticed that the activity from stakeholders and the engagement kind of shifted from some of those that might have been interested in the MIPA filing to some that were more proximate to pieces of the project, like the line routes and the line routes and the substation. I will say that we did maintain consistent communication with the entire list of stakeholders as we built on that list and included more, but we just noticed kind of an organic movement away from some of the ones that potentially were more interested in the MIPA filing, and it moved more and it's an organic move to those that were more proximate to the project, but we continue to stay in touch with and inform all of those on our engagement list.
Can you describe how the outreach efforts involve both community groups and engagement with local officials?
Sure.
Could we have Ms. Barrica speak to this one?
Yeah, I was just going to say I'd be happy to jump in and I will also look to my colleague, Mr. Lanham, to add anything I may have forgotten. So our engagement strategy is always to make sure we're casting as wide a net as possible. So while working closely with municipal officials in the cities that this project is traversing, so Somerville, Cambridge, and to a lesser extent, but also Boston. We worked with, municipal officials from D.P.U. to the mayor's office, to other agencies and departments within the city staff. And simultaneously, we're also engaging community-based organizations within each of these communities as well. And I'm happy to provide additional details, or does that get at the heart of your question, Ms. Sharkey?
I guess it's more, we're more trying to get a sense of how you identify people and then how within the individual municipalities, both the different groups within the municipalities choose to engage with you, as well as maybe some more unofficial individual residents or community groups.
Yeah, I'm happy to start that one off. And then Mr. Lanham, if you want to jump in, that would be great. So let's start with the municipalities. Frequently, again, our approach is to make sure we're engaging with the key departments that we're going to be interacting with throughout the life of any project. So with Somerville and Cambridge in particular, that frequently starts off with the city engineer or the Department of Public Works in those cities and towns. And we rely heavily on those subject matter experts and municipal experts to help provide us with additional points of contact and synergies within the municipal sphere that we should also be engaging with and outreaching to make sure that all of the requisite departments feel well informed, and we're making sure that we're touching on any particular department that might be impacted. Cambridge, for example, has a municipal community outreach department that we worked with during the siting and permitting process. But that's not necessarily something that is consistent with every single municipality. The city of Boston has its Office of Neighborhood Services, which serves a similar purpose. So those are two examples of how we, start with really our core competency within the municipalities, and we rely on those officials to help us branch outward as appropriate within their municipal departments. At the community level, we take an investigatory approach, I would say. So we use lots of different means and methods. And as Mr. Lanham noted, everything from literally door knocking and interacting with individual residents to making sure we have a good handle on which groups, associations, and organized nonprofits would have interest and concern about any of the work we are proposing, and we make a concerted effort to include them in all of our outreach and materials. And as important as them getting information from us is our efforts to listen to their concerns, take in their feedback, and wherever possible, incorporate that feedback into the outcome of our projects. And that's something that I think we did very intentionally with the Greater Cambridge Energy Program.
Can you describe what changes in project design were incorporated in response to municipal feedback, and then maybe separately address community and individual feedback?
Yep, Mr. Lanham, if you want to start off with the municipal, then I can.
Sure. Or Maya, would you like to start off with? Because I think we've got several things between the line routing and the substation itself. So Maya, would you like to?
I'll just start it off by saying that along these questions of who we engaged with the cities and the communities, we took an early engagement approach to the overall project, which started with the relocation of the substation and the transmission line routing strategies. As we've been discussing, there was specific outreach that was intended to meet the letter of what the MEPA requirements were. But on top of that, we undertook a robust process to ensure that we touched each community in a way that they could voice their feedback on the project. And through that process, which began with the identification of the universe of routes, we identified at least 15 different stakeholders that started to evolve that process and slowly move down through the communities to get their feedback. So the first piece of the project that was changed based on community and city feedback was the location of the substation. That change of the location of the substation was deliberate, and we solicited the support and the help of the city of Cambridge to find a location that would be conducive to their needs as well as meet the community's concerns. So in moving that substation, we have had really positive feedback from the communities about following through on our commitments. There is a number of components that we modified and addressed throughout the routing process, and I'm going to pass that along to Todd to focus on, and then the rest of the team members can jump in.
So yes, to describe a little bit, as Maya mentioned, the first accommodation for community feedback did involve finding a new location for the substation. I guess the second and third major benefits or major opportunities for us to incorporate community feedback into our projects consisted with feedback around the line routes. Specifically in Somerville, we had requests to avoid, I believe it was Washington Street, which had a lot of small businesses, and the feedback from the community was, especially during the pandemic, that they had been hard hit economically. So construction, long construction in front of their buildings would be detrimental to them, which I think you could see was what it did drive some of the decision around the preferred route down Hampshire and Columbia Street versus the other route, which went down Washington Street. So that was the reason why that was we incorporated that into our line routing decisions as a community concern. Similarly, routing through the redevelopment there in Boynton Yards was based on some city and community feedback. When we look at Cambridge, I think, again, one of the major changes or maybe major accommodations of that community feedback did involve the most recent primary routes and rerouting rather than going through Columbia and Hampshire Street, developing a route that goes down the Grand Junction corridor. So between the relocation or the location of the substation, the line routes there in Somerville, and then the line routes in Cambridge, those are three really solid examples about where we solicited community input, listened to what they were asking for, did the best that we could to incorporate it, and in these three examples, we're successful at meeting those requests.
And Mr. Sharkey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was going to add quickly or briefly to what Todd was offering. Again, Mike Howard from Epsilon Associates. The other key component that the company sought specific and important feedback from was with regards to the Brighton routes that cross the Magazine Beach property. That's obviously a very important piece of public infrastructure in the city of Cambridge. When that route or when that property presented a real opportunity to the project to really avoid and minimize impacts throughout the larger routing study area, because the way it sets it up to get over to the multimodal site in Boston, there was early and concerted outreach to the Friends of Magazine Beach. I think they're called Magazine Beach Partners now, Todd, if that's correct. Along with DCR and other stakeholders who are, invested in that important piece of public open space. And that feedback shaped where we might cross Magazine Beach, right, to avoid and minimize impacts, and how those requests could be accommodated with the alignment across the river and into the other side of into Boston.
I think there's, Ms. Sharkey, there's many examples of opportunities that we took to shape the project that go all the way down from the first instances of identifying the routes. We had to balance the input of many stakeholders and their concerns, looking at in the case of the Massachusetts Water Redevelopment Authority, MWRA, what their goals were in maintaining their infrastructure. We also worked closely with the city of Cambridge to understand where their future projects were, where they had flexibility in incorporating our projects, where they felt that we had space in the street and where they could support projects. In the case that Todd brought up, as it pertains to the Somerville routes, the city of Cambridge did ask us to go along the Grand Junction corridor and had stated that as their primary focus. As we're required to balance cost, reliability, and environmental concerns, we had to look at that overall. And the reason we selected the residential streets was primarily due to the significant increase in cost to co-locate in the Grand Junction corridor. And that's something that we worked with the city over the process of the filing so that it wasn't a surprise to them and they understood why. And as things evolved, we were able to shift that solution. I would say the Putnam routes are a good example of where we had many opportunities to go through residential areas or side streets to complete that specific line successfully, but worked carefully with the city of Cambridge and MIT to understand the infrastructure that they had in Ames Street so that we could design the shortest line that goes from point A to point B and really focuses those impacts to a small area and a reduced cost. We did incorporate a lot of feedback from MIT throughout the process of where they had projects, where they were doing redevelopment, where they felt that we could fit our infrastructure. And we took their feedback throughout the entire process, as well as Harvard. We looked at, I would say, at least 50 other routes that connected the new substation with the Brighton substation. And with Harvard's feedback, the city of Boston, and the local communities in the area, we got a tremendous amount of intel on the infrastructure that was in the residential areas around Brighton, the types of infrastructure that we felt we could fit in the streets, which communities had been burdened with construction considerably and that we should focus on avoiding, as well as which areas the Massachusetts Department of Transportation felt that we could co-locate within the Alston Multimodal Project. The Alston Multimodal Project is a partnership between Hartford and Mass DOT to reduce the roads in the area to facilitate more development. And we felt that given the timing of their project and ours, although it's extremely complicated, that it was an ideal opportunity for us to co-locate infrastructure and reduce the burden on the residents and the industries in the area. So that was something that we took on and continue to work closely with the state, the city of Boston, and Harvard to make that a reality. Because in areas where we already have construction, it's ideal to have that location. So through the process, those Brighton routes have evolved into many different locations to identify this is what's better for Harvard based on their future development. This is what's better for the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority, MBTA, because they have infrastructure. What was better for Mass DOT and their future plans. And then DCR also played into that because of where we set up the site for our horizontal directional drill on both sides. And we went through an iterative process where our first proposals to DCR were not acceptable to them. And we worked through and came up with an appropriate landing site, talked about appropriate times of day to construct, as well as understanding what they were specifically concerned about between recreation, historical resources, Native American resources that we needed to protect, ecological components. So all of that played was an evolution to give you the specific design that we have here. And each component of the project went through that iterative process.
Just 1 second, please. Thank you.
So, can I ask you, as part of the outreach process, is that the way in which the company first potentially receives information from, say, the municipality with regard to their own policies, or initiatives that they're trying to implement within the community? You have to be careful.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was looking to see if Mr. Lanham would chime in. Yes, we in going through the process, I would say Greater Cambridge Energy Program was slightly unique in that when we selected the substation location, the city asked us to step back, and we went through several public meetings where we articulated the need and worked through the questions that the city of Cambridge had. So in those meetings, they challenged Eversource to go back and say, our policies are changing. We're looking at zero carbon emissions by the year 2050. And we want to make sure that your infrastructure can accommodate that. So that was the first step, and where we really got intimately involved with the city of Cambridge policies. So it goes in somewhat of a parallel path where we initially started a lot of those conversations with the Greater Cambridge Energy Program, but have continued them on different parallel paths. So we do have entities like our community relations group that works regularly with the cities in the support of project services, Mr. Lanham's group. And through that process, we're aware of a lot of their policies. But then also when we're specifically talking about projects, we ask the cities, what new policies do you see coming forward? Are there specific policies that we need to take into consideration? What are your future developments in the area that you're planning on? Are there any opportunities and synergies between these projects for us to partner on solutions? So that we have that specific conversation about each project, but we are still working with the communities regularly as part of Eversource as we continue to maintain and operate our systems throughout these communities.
So I guess, is it fair to say that the project outreach teams are a way in which the company acquires information as it's developing with regard to municipalities, and then the outreach team kind of funnels that information to other groups within Eversource, and that is part of what allows different projects to be shaped or ongoing programs with customers to be designed?
That's a fair statement to make. I would say that our leaders in our outreach program incorporate the key members of the project team in those conversations. Mr. Lanham's team and our community relations team are the face with those entities, but we are all part of that engagement and outreach going on, and ensure that the feedback from each of those entities is incorporated into the design. So I would say it's a task for all of Eversource to undertake, and the entire project team to make sure the project's successful.
Okay, could you turn to the company's response to EFSB-G-3, please? And in that response, the company addresses specific mitigation efforts to address community feedback. On page 2, there's a reference to a public hearing that was held in the second paragraph of that page. Could you clarify the date of the public hearing that's provided in that paragraph?
Just make sure I'm tracking properly. Second, so EFSB G3. Portion B, is that what we're talking about, or response of the A portion of that response?
It's a portion of that response. It refers to I believe, at least from looking at it, refers to a November 2023 hearing. So that's why I was wondering what hearing was being referred to.
Ms. Sharkey, if I may, I expect that is a typo. I think that is referring to the November 10th, 2022 meeting. that we had, I believe, with this board. Public hearing.
Okay, that's what I assumed, but I didn't,
Apologies
I
for
wanted
that.
to check. Thank you.
Sorry, I was struggling with that. Yes, I believe you are correct, Meredith. Thank you.
So you also identify restoration efforts at Magazine Beach and work at the Grand Junction Path as efforts that might provide environmental benefits to environmental justice communities. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you elaborate on the benefits they provide to those communities?
Sure, Maya, I'll try to start, and then Mr. Newhall or Mr. Howard or Ms. Barrica, please feel free to embellish. So I'll start with the multi-use pathway. And Chuck, I don't know if Chuck X on the panel today, but Maya, maybe you can help me. Let's talking a little bit about the company's constructions along the Grand Junction pathway will create a bed from which the city would be able to finish out, if you will, the multi-use path. Our constructions would lend itself to, I don't want to say economies of scale, but they would lend itself to construction coordination where our work facilitates what the city is asking for, which is the multi-use path completion. So we felt like from our perspective, what the company and what the project was performing is enabling maybe a faster or a more efficient construction of that multi-use path. And since most of Cambridge is in some EJ designated area, I guess the logic there was our construction is helping facilitate something that all members of the community could participate in the multi-use path.
I can add to what Todd is speaking to, because when it comes to development of multi-use paths, this is an effort that Eversource has been working on for at least the last 5 years, and how we can successfully co-locate infrastructure along multi-use paths and make them a reality. Multi-use paths are really beneficial to communities, specifically environmental justice communities. It allows them for a mode of transportation that does not require the use of a car or public transportation. It also provides a safe recreational avenue for many communities that may not necessarily have green space. And it provides an opportunity for small businesses in those areas to thrive by connecting them to other communities that they would normally not be communicated or connected with. In the case of the Cambridge Trail, it was pretty far down the line, and it was the city that asked us. So our work is not making that a reality, but it is allowing for infrastructure to be located in a pathway that's under construction, and to reduce the burden on those communities or roadways that are facing heavy construction continuously in the city of Cambridge. So by us moving our line into that pathway, we're working with the city to help offset some of the costs with that, but then also making sure it does become a reality sooner than later to provide this public benefit to the communities. In the case of DCR, it's the same avenue, but slightly different, where Magazine Beach is a really critical aspect to the community in Cambridge. It offers green space and recreational opportunities that many City of Cambridge residents may not be able to access. So in working through our design, we're really staying away from a majority of those areas, but the areas that we are working in, which would be soccer fields, we've been able to work through a construction timeframe that would allow us to not impact the use of those fields. But then we've also are working through an opportunity to refresh those fields and create something that's much more useful to the communities. Areas like Magazine Beach offer soccer fields for local schools, local groups that may not be as heavily funded. And the better facilities they can have, the more opportunities that they can have to grow as soccer players and move on. These types of things that we can contribute to areas that we're directly touching that make public access, especially in areas where those community members may not be able to travel far for those specific resources, are what we think really contributes to the EJ communities in those areas.
And would you say that those are project impacts that improve the environmental conditions and potentially the public health of those communities?
I would agree with that statement. In the situation of facilitating multi-use paths, you give safe opportunities for community members to exercise and be outside, and offering more recreational aspects that may not be available to them. So there's been many studies through the state, and partially why the state has been so supportive of multi-use trails, that having that opportunity to get outside, get clean air, safely recreate in an area where our children are not facing traffic and other components, it really contributes to the health of the communities.
And I'll just add into that as well, through our discussions with DCR for our temporary use of Magazine Beach. It was identified by DCR that the soccer field area at Magazine Beach Park was never necessarily a well constructed soccer field. It certainly has had some difficult conditions in terms of the turf that is out there, in terms of the turf grass, which I think probably detracts from some use of that space by the community. With our HDD underneath the Charles using that space at Magazine Beach, we would be minimizing the impacts to the community to the extent that we can, by not only avoiding direct alteration to the river and sort of the riverine ecosystems by using a trenchless crossing. We would time that work to occur during sort of the low activity period for the park in the winter months, and then we would restore that area so that it would be brought back to better than existing conditions. We haven't finalized those details with DCR or Magazine Beach partners. We've been sort of fielding a lot of their comments over the last couple years. Most recently meeting on site with them in July of this year to go over some of those details. But there's a lot of considerations in terms of, not only field restoration, but there's a desire to move the Paul Dudley White bike path off of Memorial Drive and into the interior of the park, just to be a little bit more safe for those kind of multi-modal path users. So getting their considerations and trying to work those into some type of a restoration for the park would certainly be a benefit to compared to what's currently there.
Thank you, Mr. Newhall. I have a number of questions I wanted to ask about the company's response to EFSB CPC-4 and the 3 attachments to that response that were provided by the company. So first, before I turn to those individual documents, in Exhibit EV4 at page 11, which is the Secretary's certificate on the company's ENF, there's a statement that the company is preparing a communications plan for outreach. Are the attachments to EFSB CPC-4 part of that plan?
Yes, that is the engagement plan described in 2 phases, the pre-construction and the during construction phase.
So if I turn to attachment 1, was this document prepared internally, or was the document prepared by or in conjunction with a consultant?
We're talking about the engagement plan, if I'm following correctly, CPC 4-1, the outreach and communication plan.
That's right, and it's dated July 19th, 2023, draft version 3.
That was, I'm sorry, Mr. Lanham, go ahead.
No, please, Meredith.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Sharkey, that is an internal document produced by Eversource, not a consultant.
Correct.
And I'm wondering if when maybe the first version of this was prepared, given that it's entitled version 3. So is this, maybe you can tell me when kind of the first attempt to create this document was undertaken?
Certainly. Let me provide a little bit of background on how our team works with these, what we would call our engagement strategy and communication plan. So we consider these to be living documents, which is why you'll see it's still dated draft, because we're still in the siting and permitting phase of this project. So if you would like the specific date of the first iteration, I would ask, we could probably get that as a record request so that I can get you the specific date. Because what we do is, as the program and projects evolve, we are continually updating our engagement and outreach strategy and our communication plan, so that these really are living documents, and that they're evolving as the project and the project's needs and the stakeholders who are involved evolve.
And is this document specifically for the Greater Cambridge Energy Project?
This one is, yes. We have a general overview because a lot of our tactics and strategies we want to bring across more than one of our projects, especially the ones that are similar in nature in urban areas, but this one is specific to Cambridge.
And is this the type of document that would be prepared for other projects?
Yes, similar, yep.
What's the purpose of the document? Is it a report of the activities that have been undertaken for this project? Or is it guidelines that were developed specifically for this project to use during the siting and permitting phase?
So this document serves, I think it serves in a way both purposes. So what we want to do is we start with a strategic plan for our engagement and outreach that is project specific. And some of those plans, like you indicated, overlap between multiple projects, right? We always need to know who our stakeholders are. We always want to make sure we have a good foundation for mapping and our linguistic needs and things like that. And so part of this serves as a guide for the how-to we are going to approach our engagement and strategy for the project. And then we're also using this in part to document how we're doing the outreach, what, if anything, needs to evolve or change, and what we have been doing as we're going along. So it's strategies and tactics.
And then attachment 2 is the outreach and communication plan for construction. So is that essentially the same type of document where you'll use that as guidelines for continued outreach during construction?
That's exactly right. Yes.
And then there's also a third attachment, which is entitled Outreach Strategy and Outcomes. Can you tell me what this document is?
Yes, so that document, which I believe is in a PowerPoint format, is a way that we, for this project in particular, chose to collate our efforts and what I would call bucket them into, you know, what we did for strategies, what were some of the outcomes, so that because this project and the engagement, as Mr. Lanham stated earlier on this morning, began in 2019. We wanted to try to get all of our meetings and outcomes in an organized fashion that was easy to digest, disseminate, and categorize, because we have a spreadsheet of, you know, hundreds of meetings. So this was our attempt for the board and for the broader public to get it into a format that was digestible.
And this particular project certainly involves a large number of activities and entities that the company has been engaging with as part of the project. So it might be somewhat more detailed than it would be for other projects, but will these documents essentially serve as a guide for the company's outreach activities in other projects?
I'll talk to that. The answer is yes. I think the company, in addition to regulations and engagement objectives changing over time, the company has always worked to be more inclusive in our outreach and engagement, and some of the lessons learned from this project are being incorporated into some of the other projects that we're following now. And the whole goal really is to create that and foster that meaningful engagement, which is so pivotal to the environmental justice hallmark. So to answer your question directly, yes, we will take the lessons learned, the approach from this project, and we are applying it throughout our portfolio that my team specifically works on.
In Monday's hearing, I believe there was a mention at the beginning of the hearing about continuing outreach meetings and joint update sessions that were held with the community and municipal groups. Can you give us an update of what's been going on recently?
Yes, I certainly will. And Maya, Ms. Benjamins, I'll look to you maybe to round out some of the discussions, because we wanted to engage with the community in advance of the hearings, because there were a few updates that we felt like we ought to engage the community on. Those were some of the line routing modifications that we were getting ready to file with the signing board. And we also wanted to update the community on the plans for the Fulkerson parcel. The Fulkerson parcel has been a critical piece of land that has seen a lot of questions about it. So we felt like as the details on the Fulkerson parcel matured, we felt like it was a good time to re-engage the community, to just let them know of the upcoming hearings and the public hearings that were at the time a week out. Talk a little bit about the recent updates to the projects that had been filed, including the changes to the line routes, as well as describe plans that we had finally gotten to close finalization with the city on the Fulkerson parcel and what that meant for the community.
And if I can ask you with regard to the plans for the Fulkerson parcel, I know the company had mentioned that there was a development adjacent to the Fulkerson parcel called Angelica. Could you just briefly, I believe it's Angelica, can you briefly just tell me what's planned for that particular area?
Ms. Sharkey, I can start answering that question, and Mr. Lanham can definitely step in. The developer is Alexandria, and yes, and their development is pretty much complete. They're looking at tying in their last components right now. They went through a robust process, and because our parcels were next to each other, they potentially needed a portion of our parcel to complete their work. So we had significant conversations. But they did play into the success of transferring the Fulkerson parcel to the city, because as part of their mitigation, they were required to put funds aside for the city of Cambridge to be able to purchase the property from us at the same cost that we purchased it at. So those documents are, Alexandria has transferred the funds to the city of Cambridge, and we're finalizing our documents to transfer the property to the city of Cambridge once we receive a decision from the EFSB.
In the certificate case for the East Eagle substation, the company provided some testimony on how, as a matter of corporate structure and decision-making, environmental justice concerns were being incorporated into Eversource's decision-making. Can you provide a statement in this hearing on that issue, which could also address perhaps how that has evolved since the time of those hearings?
I will start off this answer and then pass it to Mr. Lanham. Diversity and inclusion are a critical component to Eversource. It's something that we look at incorporating not only internally within our organization, but throughout all of the projects, and how we continue to present ourselves in the community, and how we work with environmental justice communities and all communities is in line with our goals of diversity and inclusion. So Mr. Lanham, can you please speak to our specific, or add to that and speak to our specific components of environmental justice and how we've been strengthening that statement?
Sure, Ms. Starkey, I'll offer some thoughts if I get off track, because there has been a concerted effort to make sure we are inclusive in our outreach and engagement. And just a couple of examples about how we have incorporated new ideas, new ways of trying to engage, and why we're doing it are as follows. So I think we started out with this engagement with a thorough understanding and investigation about what languages are spoken in the community that this particular project traverses. So we did a lot of analysis about the language needs for our communication to these communities, and we wound up with a very, in my opinion, a very solid approach to not only providing documents in multiple languages, but also having live simultaneous interpretation at most of the public events and the pop-up events. We also did these in-community pop-up events, and they were really geared to meet the average resident on the street when they might not normally participate in a process such as this. So it was an attempt twofold. One is to meet the community where they live and work and play. And it was also an opportunity to, as we were trying to advertise for the public open houses, to reinforce the opportunity to participate in those public open houses. We did several, we did not do one, but we did multiple open houses, varying the days of the week and the times of the day, to be as inclusive as we could for those that could participate in the evenings, and for those that couldn't, with a midday, middle of the day lunch hour open house, which was really well received. So we gave folks an opportunity to participate and hear about the project at literally at the playground level, Also, we did that with these multiple community events, and we did these virtually so that it would minimize any impacts to folks trying to travel. I'll go back and I'll tell you that the pop-up events also, we had them at public places near locations for public transportation, such as a library. So we really took, again, some of the lessons that we have learned over the course of time and incorporated those into this project, and we continue refining and improving those throughout the projects today. Did that get to your question?
Well,
Go ahead, Meredith.
yeah,
Sorry.
I was just going to say, to build on Ms. Benjamin and Mr. Lanham's comments, and to, thank you to Todd for giving the specifics, because that was really a key component for the Greater Cambridge Energy Project. As we zoom out and look at what we would consider the spirit of the state's environmental justice guidelines, is this idea of meaningful engagement, which is really about a two-way communication. And here we really strove to incorporate not just the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law. And in all of the ways that Mr. Lanham has just described, the outcome was us not just getting out in the community, but listening to the community, hearing their concerns, and as described earlier today, incorporating that feedback in a tangible and meaningful way into the project, which I think is, really what we hope gets at the spirit of the state's intention with their environmental justice focus, and also making sure that we can simultaneously accomplish the energy justice goals and the reliability goals that we're striving to meet.
And to close the loop on that, Ms. Sharkey, what Meredith spoke to is part of the team's perspective and the company's perspective for all projects. And this is what we're looking to implement for all projects. And what Todd and Meredith's teams continue to do is reinforce, learn, and do better each time we move forward with each project. So I would say there was a considerable difference in this project compared to its predecessors, and you will see even more improvements as we move forward.
And I appreciate the companies provided a description of, the adoption of new and expanded strategies to address these concerns. But I was also curious as to how kind of the environmental justice concerns have been reflected in perhaps the corporate structure within the company, because I believe before, there had been discussions on a committee made up of different employees from different departments to address environmental justice concerns when those are under discussion within the company. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on how that process may have evolved, if it has.
I can start answering this, but I would really appreciate my colleagues' input. The company has really focused, as I mentioned, on diversity and inclusion. We've created new departments within the company that specifically focus on diversity and how we engage with our external partners, and understanding what those external partners' concerns and components are. So we have created new departments. We do have new processes within our company, and we have ongoing efforts as it pertains to increasing diversity within our own organization, how we communicate both internally and externally to be more inclusive in those conversations. how we look at doing things like translation of materials, not only direct translation, but how do we communicate in a way that's well received by the community members? And then going back to what is it that all communities need to have a successful energy service. All communities are entitled to reliable electric service. How do we make sure that we're not targeting specific communities and that everybody can see equal opportunities for electricity? So there's a number of different components that we need to address. Some of my colleagues here that would be best to speak to this have not been sworn in on the panel. This may be something that we could speak to at a later time as well. David, do you have a Mr. Rosenzweig, do you have a suggestion?
Yeah, one of our key folks that really can speak to this from a corporate organizational perspective isn't on at this time. We could either take it as a record request or check on her availability later on to see if there's a series of questions that the staff would like to have addressed to make sure we give you a complete understanding of how organizationally this has been incorporated at Eversource.
I think it would probably be able to be handled as a record request. If the company could provide a response that addresses how the company has incorporated environmental justice concerns within individual departments, whether there is a specific coordinating department addressing environmental justice, which may address concerns as they are raised within the different departments, and any further detail that the company could provide with regard to how those concerns have been addressed in terms of structural changes within the company. And that would be record request EFSB-11.
Thank you.
I know I just have a few more, but I think if we could take a brief break, Mr. Brock.
Are we planning to take a regular break later?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So if we could take our 15-minute breaks, I apologize. I'll probably still have a little bit more for the witnesses after we come back, and then we'll move on to traffic and EMF. Okay, let's come back at 11:40. Thank you. Off the record. Let's go back on the record. So are there groups at the municipal level, such as in the city of Boston or in Cambridge or in Somerville, which are focused on environmental justice concerns and how those communities can obtain information related to company activities?
Yes, there are. I think this is a great question for Meredith to answer.
Yep, I'm happy to start off, and certainly don't expect to speak on behalf of any of those municipalities. However, what we strive to do from a company perspective is to connect with the appropriate intermunicipal departments that can help us understand what languages we should be translating and providing interpretation in, and what, if any, specific concerns those municipalities have for certain parts of their population. But I certainly don't want to speak on behalf of any of those 3 municipalities.
No, I understand. I was just wondering if the company, for example, as part of their outreach, contacts those agencies and incorporates any recommendations they might have or information they can provide to you regarding local environmental justice communities and their concerns.
Oh, yes. Thank you for clarifying. And certainly we do that. For example, Boston's Office of Neighborhood Services, and they actually, I believe Boston also now has a specific division. So we rely on their neighborhood level information for what are the most commonly spoken languages in the areas we would be traversing. So that would be one example, but we definitely look to the municipal government to help us. They know their communities best, and we certainly appreciate any assistance they can provide.
And just to add to what Ms. Barrica mentioned, again, we did consult with the MIPA's Environmental Justice Office regarding, again, organizations in the greater Cambridge area, Boston area as well, Somerville, that are primarily concerned with those types of environmental justice or, again, language access and just concerns about community engagement. And, those groups have been added to kind of the outreach team's list of organizations that they regularly contact and keep updated on the project.
Yeah, the last thing I'll add, and thank you, Mr. Newhall, is that, one of the things that makes this project unique, perhaps compared to elsewhere in the Commonwealth, is that nearly, if not all, of the routes and impacted area do fall within state designated environmental justice zones. So everything that we are doing in terms of outreach as Eversource and in collaboration with the municipalities is through that lens.
How does the company evaluate the channels through which it provides its outreach information?
Ms. Sharkey, if I may, are you looking for, are you trying to get at the metrics or success, or when you say channels, or by which you're actively communicating?
I guess I'd say the how does it determine the best way to communicate with different members of the community? And I realize that the channels you choose may be somewhat customized to a particular area.
I'm happy to start off answering that, and then please, any of my colleagues, feel free to chime in. one of the most important considerations, in my opinion, as again, we are doing our best to implement the spirit of the environmental justice regulations, is we need to go forth with multiple forms of communication, because different people absorb information in different ways and in different languages. So as was touched upon earlier by Mr. Lanham, we really strove with this project to connect with the community. And when I say connect, again, I mean not just talking at them, but having conversations with them in many different forms. So that includes, again, literally door-to-door, door knocking, in community pop-up events. So at the supermarket, at the library, at the park, virtually in town hall formats, and through a formal public hearing process, through city council meetings, and again, this board's meeting back in last November. So, and doing it with English is only one of the language options. We had written communications, we had visual communications, and making sure that our materials are also compliant for those with low vision, and really trying to get a breadth of different ways to connect with the community about this project.
And I guess I'll add to that, apologies for cutting you off. You know, the project does maintain a website. The company maintains a website for the project. A quick Google search will, you know, for Eversource Greater Cambridge, you know, the first return is the project website. On that web page, there is, you know, a host of information on the project in a multitude of different languages. A lot of the presentations that were provided to the public are included there. We've got the EFSB petition up there as well. You know, I think probably like a lot of people, we use the internet for information. You know, and I think that that's an excellent way to try to get information on the project, just as, again, a member of the public might do.
And Ms. Sharkey, to round out your question to how we evaluate these components, as Meredith spoke to, there's a number of different avenues, but all of those avenues of outreach come with a request of feedback on how successful we were in communicating the goals of the project. Are there other entities that we should be reaching out to? Are there different methods that we should be communicating to? So our strategies and touching the communities are continuously evolving. And what we also strive to do is have those partners with us for the project at the table. So as Mr. Lanham spoke about our most recent engagement with the community around the Fulkerson parcel, the city of Cambridge was also present at that meeting to express their components. So evaluation, in some ways, maybe one event isn't as successful because it doesn't have a lot of people coming to it, but it could be successful because that gave us an opportunity to touch a lot of people as we were advertising. So the measure of success is different, but in the high level messages, we work on many different platforms to make sure that we've covered all those bases.
How does the company evaluate the mediums which best provide access to information? And I'm asking this kind of in the context of, we've received comments in the past that, you know, there needs to be more use of social media to convey information. Does the company have any comment it would like to make with regard to that?
Mr. Lanham, can you speak to that topic?
Yeah, I'll try to address it. So the short answer is yes. We do employ our social media channels, specifically around it. What we found is that when you, especially on social media, the social media experts, as I'm told, inside the company, they describe a higher catch rate or a higher engagement rate for sending information that's very time sensitive. So we did, as one example, just to give you a specific, as one example, we did advertise the pop-up events and engage, send real-time information about the pop-up events for this project, and that was a way to answer your question. I think I'm going to answer your question. That was a way where the company did use this unique channel of social media to try and be effective about communication. So I think I went too detailed into specifics, but the answer is yes, we do try to employ social media to engage residents, as well as all of the other channels that you've heard.
If I might add to that, Ms. Sharkey, again, as we're thinking about how we're measuring the mediums and measuring the success of our engagement, I would offer that the amendments to the proposal that have evolved since 2019, as discussed earlier, moving the substation, taking into consideration the different line routing and the effort and energy that goes into that is no small feat. And we did incorporate that feedback. So the channels, the multiple channels that we're using to reach the public, I would say the outcome of this process, I hope, demonstrates that there was success in us hearing the feedback and not just listening, but incorporating it into the final project proposal that you have before you.
In responses the company provided in EFSB CPC 1 and EFSB CPC 2, the company addressed how the project furthers certain Commonwealth energy, environmental, and climate change policies. In light of your contact with the municipalities, I was wondering if you could address how the municipalities approach some of these same concerns at the local level, and how is that integrated in shaping the project?
I can begin answering that question. And I do think we have several members on this panel that can help address various components. One of them also being Gerhardt. I would say specifically in the city of Boston, Cambridge, and Somerville that overlap this project, these cities are in tune with all of the climate policies as they're playing out in the state of Massachusetts, and they're all looking to improve the timeframes that the state is looking to get to a cleaner emissions future in the state. Each of the cities has their own initiatives that are requiring larger developments to reduce emissions and to be using cleaner energy sources. That's primarily focusing on electrification, reducing the entire city's dependency on dirtier fuels and using electrification, heat pumps, more solar energy, implementing the highest level of energy efficiency possible to get to a point of success. So I would say that when it comes to Eversource working closely with these entities, it crosses several departments, being with system planning, understanding the load, being with our energy efficiency team, which is working with each of those departments to facilitate electrification and ensure that the necessary components of energy efficiency are available. And then in our outreach teams, communicating those components across. So when those specific policies play into a program like the Greater Energy Program, in the respect that our plans need to be able to accommodate their goals into the future to make sure that electrification and clean energy goals can happen. And for the Greater Cambridge Energy Program, those majority of those policies have been incorporated into the need to be able to address them. I'm going to ask Mr. Newhall to reflect more on CPC 1.
Sure. Thanks, Ms. Benjamin. I think, you know, while I may not necessarily be able to comment about specific actions that communities have taken, such as, you know, the city of Cambridge or Boston, I think generally they are in a position where they are implementing new building codes and changes, you know, to their municipal zoning that again is pushing and driving their communities to you know, using cleaner energy that they see as you know, the you know, the energy of the future, electrification, as has been mentioned. And I think that, you know, we are responding to a need and a load that's been building in those areas, and the Greater Cambridge Energy Program project basically strengthens and improves the reliability of our transmission system, and it will allow for the integration of a lot of those clean energy technologies into the grid, such that, you know, offshore wind, which is coming online and providing additional megawatts of energy into the system as generation can be just, you know, transmitted and distributed throughout the project area. And that allows for those communities to take advantage of those clean energy sources, which is again consistent with the Commonwealth's you know, emissions goals, not only you know, in the near future, but even further out. And in that regard, those individual municipalities policies are, you know, driving some of the state acts that are being passed, and our project is allowing those communities to take advantage of the developments that are occurring as a result of those you know, broader statutory acts that are being, you know, implemented not only at the state level but also at the municipal level.
Ms. Sharkey, would you like us to discuss more about the climate resiliency aspects that the cities are undertaking and how that relates to our facilities as discussed in CPC 2?
Well, I did have a question with regard to CPC 2 as to whether there were specific climate resiliency plans adopted by Cambridge, Somerville, and Boston.
I'll start. Again, knowing that these communities have been embarking on an effort to identify concerns for climate change and needs to you know, incorporate resiliency into not only you know, their own projects but also private projects in the area. You know, I can say that, you know, Boston certainly has been incorporating those into their process and procedures for reviewing projects that come before certain municipal boards. There's also the Climate Ready Boston initiative that has identified a number of climate resiliency projects for the community of Boston. You know, we are required as a company to incorporate, I guess, an assessment of individual projects' climate resiliency into, you know, our permit applications and things like that, such as through the Boston Conservation Commission. And, you know, to do that, we've obviously, for this particular instance, the project has been designed to be climate resilient in that, we're not proposing facilities that are, changing any existing conditions within floodplain areas. The facilities themselves are climate resilient in that they are, sort of flood proof, and they can be inundated, at least in terms of our transmission lines and our underground vaults. So those facilities, can be exposed to flooding conditions without issue. But in terms of the city of Cambridge, they also have a climate change viewer, if for lack of a better term, where they are showing projected climate change impacts into the future. I will say that the substation location where we're proposing to build the substation, that facility, and Mr. Zico can chime in here if I'm misstating any of these facts. The substation facility has been designed such that we don't have any above ground components that would be, have any openings or opportunity for those projected flood levels to actually get down into our facilities.
I can step in here, Mr. Newhall. Thank you
Sure.
very much. Mr. Newhall is correct that there are flooding and climate resiliency efforts undertaken by the cities. Each of the cities does have a few different components that they're analyzing, one being sea level rise, but also potential flooding from more aggressive storm events as they move forward. So this has been incorporated into our design. Transmission lines in themselves are inherently resilient to flooding in how they function. The components that we're more concerned about are what Mr. Newhall was referring to in the substations. There are some areas around the Kendall station that are targeted for flooding, as well as around our Somerville station. So those have been questions that we've undertaken and have designed our facilities to ensure that if that flooding does happen, that they're elevated above those projected flooding areas. And we've gone through careful design considerations with Boston Properties on how the vaults will be built to ensure that water will not get into the equipment in the future if there's either flooding from sea level rise or from some of these larger storm events. And I know that's what we're getting to in CPC2. That is a big question that is asked regularly by our regulators, and ensuring that we're incorporating that into the analysis, all the way back to when we were building the Putnam station, because the Putnam station transformer was subject to potential flooding, and we built that transformer at a level that it would be the transformer and the switchgear that it would be above any flooding in the area. Would like to ask Mr. Zico to add anything else as it pertains to how we design and build our substation infrastructure to address these resiliency goals. Is Mr. Zico on? There he is.
He is. He's just trying to find the right button to start the video. Thank you, Ms. Benjamins. I think you really hit on the generalities of what we do and the philosophy behind what we do. The only thing that I would have to add would be if there were any specifics that people were interested in and to what we're doing for this new substation.
I actually had a very limited question for you, Mr. Zico. I know that you had talked about, you had incorporated information, I think, from CZM and data available through the Commonwealth of Massachusetts with regard to, among other things, flooding as part of your kind of resiliency assessment. And I noticed that in the Exhibit EV4, which was which is the secretary's certificate on the ENF. It also discussed, said that the company evaluated flooding using tools that were also available through the Cambridge Flood Viewer, and flooding information related to sea level rise and extreme storms from Cambridge, Somerville, and Boston. So I was wondering how you integrate the information that's available from kind of those combined sources, and how you deal with, for example, a potential discrepancy between one source to perhaps say the more local sources.
So yes, we did provide a summary of what we did, and that is in attachment EFSB SU2 parentheses 1, and it describes in there how the data that we used and how it was evaluated. As far as if there was a discrepancy, we would tend to go for the level that is higher. So it'd make a conservative assumption. How we implemented it into the design of the facility, as Mr. Newhall had testified earlier, was that we put any of the openings above grade. This new substation is going to essentially be an underground box made out of concrete. And what we did was any openings to the surface, such as the stairwells, the intake shaft, the exhaust shaft, we made sure that there was a curb that was above the design flood elevation of 25 feet 6 inches. And what we will also do, the other point where flood water could enter the station, or any water could enter the station, would be via the conduits. And we worked with a company that makes conduit and cable seals, and we gave them the specifications, how much water we expect. And they developed a system for us to seal the conduits that will actually work with the water pressure to keep that as an entry point into the station as well.
And is that, go ahead.
I apologize, Ms. Sharkey. I didn't mean to be rude. You used a word which I think is important: discrepancies. The tools that Mr. Zico is referring to, there are inherent discrepancies in those. Those are planning tools, and they look at projections. And each of those tools, and we looked at half a dozen of those tools, which we described in the petition, they all have different assumptions and different variables, and they're going to have different conclusions on what may happen in the future. So we take that in consideration. We also evaluate present day conditions, existing FEMA flood information, things like that. The totality of that information, which has differences of projected levels and things of that nature, factors into the design and the resiliency considerations that John and his team are mindful of when they're designing these systems. So they're planning tools, and they give some guidance on things that might occur in the future in these different locations.
And just if I may add to what Mr. Howard just said, these are planning models, and we're dealing with a natural events that really, may in some cases defy prediction. What we have also allowed for in the design is if these predictions turn out to change, be worse than anticipated, or we have an event that was worse than anticipated or modeled, there is also a provision to put portable flood barriers in around the station to keep the water out as well. So if we should go above that kind of that tipping point above where those curbs are, we could keep the water away from those locations as well with portable barriers.
And you said you were working with a company who was doing the conduit design that you used in as part of this particular project. Is that new technology?
I'm sorry. Were you done?
That's the end of my question.
Oh, yes. So just to clarify, we were working with a company to design a conduit seal. And it is not new technology. It's technology that they have deployed effectively in other locations. And the work that we did with them was to quantify what the pressure of the water above the conduits was going to be, so that they could help us select an appropriate seal from their existing fleet that would work for this application. It's not a new technology.
Is it a new use of the application for this particular project, or has the company used it before in other projects?
The company has not used it. We did do some research and looked around at companies that could help us. They do sell this in their technical marketing and technical information as something that is intended to hold back water from a manhole that's full. So that is the intended use of this product.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zico.
You're welcome.
If I can just go back to point people back to Exhibit EB4 again, which was the Secretary's certificate on the ENF.
Sorry, what is it? What are the letters in that?
ENF.
No,
EV4.
EV4.
Exhibit EV4, so it's a company exhibit as in EV.
Which is the Secretary's certificate on
the ENF environmental notification form. The certificate stated that the project did not have a disproportionate impact on environmental justice communities in terms of the environmental analyses that were submitted to support the ENF. I was wondering, does the environmental analyses that were submitted in support of the company's petition, which would include discovery responses, expand on the level of analysis that the company provided in support of its ENF filings with MEPA?
I can take that question. I think that the analysis that was provided in the petition within the ENF and within our information request responses doesn't necessarily provide an expansion of the analysis. You know, the impacts that we identify, you know, I think are, you know, for the proposed project, they're not disproportionate on an environmental justice community, in that these are impacts that, you know, number one, we've taken steps to minimize to the greatest extent that we can, but also that, you know, the proposed project is not something that we could necessarily cite elsewhere either, such that the impacts of the project are not disproportionate on an EJ population, in that they are the same regardless of the population that is present. You know, these are facilities that are located almost in any given community within the Commonwealth. They are necessary components of a resilient electrical grid to provide that reliable energy service to the public, not only for existing need, but also future need as well. And, you know, we understand that the project will have an impact to the community. You know, they're mostly construction phase impacts, but we've incorporated, you know, numerous avoidance and minimization measures as, mitigation for those impacts, such that we are not disproportionately impacting, a given population over another. And, again, the need and the energy consumption is within this greater Cambridge area, and these proposed facilities to service that need are a necessary component, again, of that service to the community and to service that need and that load.
Mr. Newhall, is it your understanding that if there was a material change in a project as it had been presented to MIPA, either in the form of the ENF or an EIR, that the proponent would be required to submit a notice of project change to MIPA?
It is my understanding that if there were a material change to the project, that we would need to at least consult with MIPA to understand if additional MIPA review is required. To date, there has been some minor changes incorporated. I don't believe that any of those, at least in my opinion, are a material change to the project. Some of the changes that we have proposed were in fact, I guess, components of some of the, alternatives that were evaluated for the project that were, reviewed by MIPA. So, while some of those changes are obviously not exactly what was included in the MIPA filing, they were certainly identified as potential changes that could occur if, the facility siting board were to necessitate that we use a noticed alternative as opposed to a preferred route. And we will certainly discuss with MIPA if additional MIPA review is required. But again, my understanding from the Secretary's certificate was that, a true material change would necessitate review, but I'm not sure that based on the proposed changes that have been incorporated, at least to this point, if any of those really rise to that material change level.
And I would add, if I could, Mr. Newhall, Ms. Sharkey used the word notice of project change. There's different forms of review that could be undertaken with me, but if they determine that additional review is necessary, if they determined that whatever the routes are that are put forward constitute a material change, as defined and as prescribed in their regulations, they have something called an advisory opinion. They have a notice of project change. They may determine after reviewing where the project is as of today that no further review is required. And that is a possibility. I mean, as Chris points out, the ENF included a description of the entire project, including the project routes, the noticed alternative routes, the routing that we did, all the route segments that comprise some of the other routes that were put forward in front of the siting board, along with the environmental impact analyses. In some respects, the environmental impacts have potentially been minimized. In other locations, maybe they're a little bit different. But we've been working closely with MIPA since the inception of this project and many other projects. And as prescribed by the MIPA certificate, we have every intention of consulting with them as the project moves forward.
Is it your expectation that, for example, the company would need to secure additional MIPA approvals of the project with some of the design changes that have been presented to the siting board?
Respectfully, I'm asking to ask the question again, if you could. I want to make sure I heard it carefully.
I'm trying to figure out whether you're going to need to obtain additional MIPA review, which you may want to consult with them anyway, but in terms of would there need to be some further formal approval process at MIPA that you would have to expect to have to secure on the basis of the project design as it's been presented to date in this proceeding?
I'd say my expectation is to be determined, because ultimately it's at the discretion of the MIPA director and her staff and their understanding of where we stand with the project today. And I don't want to speak for the MIPA office. We've had many discussions with them on many different projects over the years, and projects have gone in different directions depending on how they want to fit it into their regulations. That said, I believe the changes to date are minor. I believe some of the changes to date result in fewer impacts, and we look forward to having that discussion with the MIPA staff at the appropriate time. And we'll get direction from them at that point in time, Ms. Sharkey.
And
Okay,
the
thank you.
only other item I'll add to that is none of those changes that have been incorporated to date would otherwise surpass a MIPA review threshold on their own. So, you know, to Mr. Howard's point, the changes are not rising to a level that would otherwise necessitate MIPA review based on what was initially proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Newhall. And I believe that would be the end of my questions for the company.
I have
On
just one
these
second,
topics.
please. Could I have just 1 second, please?
Sure, Alan.
Thank you.
So that would conclude the topics I had noted earlier for with regard to environmental justice, consistency with state policies, outreach, and environmental justice. Does anyone else have questions for the panel on these topics, including other parties?
MIT has no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dottori.
Sorry, Cambridge has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. In that case, I would like to ask, should we take our lunch break? Let's go off the record. Thank you, Alan. So I'd like to ask if the company has any redirect it would like to do at this time.
No,
Not that it's
yeah, no, we're good, but thank you.
okay.
If you're gonna transition to another subject, we could do that, and we could kind of swear in some new folks that may be within that topic, or if you prefer, we could take the lunch break now and do that at the outset of the afternoon session.
Yeah, I was going to, I know, Smitha, you have your virtual hand up. So would you prefer to take a lunch break and then we could do EMF and traffic after the lunch break, or not?
I think we can push forward, maybe since it's probably new witnesses, they're fresh, as opposed to these folks who have been under examination for a couple hours. So unless anybody on the team wants to put their hand up and say take the break now, I'd say let's go forward with the next topic, or if Smith has additional question, no problem there.
And I just wanted to confirm also that we'll start with the rates question right after lunch, right?
Okay, yeah. So, okay.
Yeah.
Thank
So I think if Mr. Rosenzweig, if you can start swearing in the EMF and traffic witnesses, just so if we have time, we can continue before lunch. If not, we'll go after the rates questions.
Okay. All right. So the new witnesses for swearing in would be Mr. Howard will be a part of that. Mr. Newhall will be a part of it, but the new witnesses are Mr. Sutton on traffic. And then when we get to EMF, we have a few witnesses that haven't been sworn in direct examination. We have Mr. Soderman, And we have Mr. Kotz and Mr. Bailey. I think that's the full slate of witnesses that haven't been examined. Am I missing anybody?
I think Mr. Kotz was going to handle EMF in the first instance, and Mr. Bailey would be in abeyance if needed.
Yeah, I didn't think we were going to bring in Dr. Bailey right away.
Okay, all right, we'll see where the questions go. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Chris. So-
Okay, so let's go back on the record. We had an off the record discussion and we are going to move to the topics of EMF and traffic as part of our environmental analysis of the project. However, we have new witnesses to be offered by the company. So maybe in a slightly change of different strategy, maybe the company can just identify them and then I'll ask for them to be sworn in.
Yes, thank you, Presiding Officer Sharkey. On the traffic side, we want to have Mr. Sutton, Michael Sutton, sworn in as a witness, and then we would do direct. And then on the EMF side, for new witnesses, we have Mr. Soderman and Mr. Kotz to be sworn in, and we would do brief direct on them as well.
So could Mr. Soderman, Mr. Sutton, and Mr. Kotz raise their hands so it's visible within their video screen? Thank you. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Mr. Sutton, you have to be audible.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Rosenzweig.
Mr. Kaler would do the honors. Thank you.
Mr. Kaler.
Okay, start with Mr. Sutton. Good afternoon, Mr. Sutton.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Sure. Michael Sutton, Northeast Traffic Control Services. We are located at 70 Industrial Park Road in Plymouth, Massachusetts.
And what is your role on behalf of Eversource Energy in this proceeding?
Traffic engineer.
And what has been your role on behalf of Greater Cambridge and the project specifically?
Traffic evaluations.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
All traffic related topics.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
They were.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
I do not.
Do you adopt all the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Good afternoon, Mr. Soderman.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Christopher Paul Soderman, and I work for Eversource Energy with my office location at 56 Prospect Street in Hartford, Connecticut.
And what is your position with Eversource, Mr. Soderman?
I am the Director of Transmission Line Engineering.
What has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
I have consulted with the calculation and modeling of electric and magnetic fields associated with the proposed project.
And recognizing that your name has not yet appeared on any responses to discovery, what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
I'm specifically here to talk about electric and magnetic fields from the proposed facility.
Thank you, Mr. Soderman. Mr. Kotz, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Benjamin Cox. I'm with Exponent. My business address is 17,000 Science Drive in Bowie, Maryland.
And what is your role on behalf of Eversource Energy?
I've been retained to do the calculations and evaluations for electrical magnetic fields.
I'm sorry, for what?
Electric and magnetic fields.
And you've been asked to do that in connection with the Greater Cambridge Energy Program, is that correct?
That is correct.
And similar question for you, Mr. Kotz, recognizing that your name has not yet appeared on any responses to discovery, on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify today?
On the calculations, measurements, and other evaluations of EMF.
Thank you, Mr. Kotz. Ms. Sharkey, these three witnesses are available for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Kaler. Ms. Smitha, do you have a question? Sorry, Ms. Difficard, do you have questions for the witnesses?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. And thanks to the company for presenting the experts on these topics. So I'll begin with the EMF section, and then if time permits before lunch break, I'll move on to the traffic questions we have. So on the EMF section, the first question is about EFSB SU15. I'll let the company get to the exhibit. It's EFSB SU-15. And if it helps, the person responsible for this response was Mr. Zico.
I have the exhibit handy.
Thank you. So can you please help me understand the table that's in there and why the measurements were taken at 60 Hertz frequency?
Certainly. I'll begin with the second question first, which is the frequency. Similar to all or nearly all power generation, transmission, and usage in the country, the frequency of the transmission lines as well as the substation is at a frequency of 60 Hertz. And therefore, the magnetic fields that will be generated by all the sources associated with the project are also at a frequency of 60 Hertz. The table in particular is listing the magnetic field levels that were calculated on the plaza at the edge of the substation, both the western edge and the eastern edge, for both average and peak loading. And those are in units of milligauss.
I'm sorry, for average and peak loading, and then what?
And those are all presented in units of milligauss. MILLIEUSS.
So when you say the west and east edges, can you be more specific in terms of what they abut, where these measurements were taken?
Certainly, and it may be helpful to refer to the petition volume 1. There is a graphic there that shows the substation, the abutting residential properties, and the garage.
Can you refer me to a figure so I can get there? Yeah.
Yes, it's figure 5-13B.
Just give me a minute. Yep.
And if it's helpful, that is PDF page 284.
Did you say 200 and what did you mention, the page number?
284.
Okay.
So this graphic shows the substation in kind of that tan color. And it also shows magnetic field values at average loading at the nearest adjacent buildings, which are across the street from the substation in each of these cases. The values in EFSB SU15 are on that central line through the substation, but on the edge of the substation property. So that would be the 5.0 on the left side and the 6.7 on the right side.
Okay.
Decreases further with distance to the value.
I'm sorry, it decreases or increases? Couldn't hear you.
It decreases as the distance increases going away from the substation to the value shown in that figure.
Okay, thank you. Now, please share the company's assessment of the health risks associated with 60 hertz frequency of magnetic fields associated with AC currents.
Certainly, and this is covered in volume 2 of the petition in greater detail, but I can summarize it. 60 hertz EMF has been assessed for going on nearly 50 years by scientific agencies around the world and by researchers around the world. And there are 2 particular organizations that have reviewed and summarized the potential health effects of EMF at 60 hertz. These are the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, or ICNIRP, ICNIRP, and the International Committee on Electromagnetic Safety, ICES. And both of these organizations have concluded that below values of 2000 milligauss and approximately 9000 milligauss, that there are no established health effects.
So can you just relate what these standards, these measures that you mentioned to the values that we have on the table?
Certainly, the standards are approximately 2000 milligauss and 9000 milligauss. And the values that are shown in the table on EFSB-SU-15 are between 5 and 10 milligauss. So on the order of hundreds of times lower than these limits.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. I understand that these measurements are for the surface above the substation. So what would you comment on the levels that one would be subject to if you were within the substation?
Sorry, I think I was muted. Inside the substation itself, the magnetic field levels would be higher. However, those are considered to be controlled areas, and so they're subject to slightly higher evaluation criteria. So instead of 2000 milligauss, the criteria would be 10,000. These are also areas that are not going to be accessible to the general public inside the substation, if I'm answering your question correctly.
Yeah, partly yes. So I was more concerned about, visitors or workers that deal with equipment or operations within the substation. That's why I asked the question. So I understand that there are different permissible limits to be met if one were within the substation. But what magnitude of an increase do you expect in the levels, moving from above ground to within the substation underground?
And just to confirm, you're talking about inside the substation, kind of below ground level where all of the electrical equipment is located?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Certainly, as you get closer to various sources, the magnetic field levels will increase substantially. And we did an evaluation inside the substation itself. And each of these equipment, as I said, will produce magnetic field levels in very, very close proximity to pieces of equipment, maybe within a few centimeters. The field levels would be very, very high, but in areas where people would be walking or might spend any significant time, the field levels are going to be below those of the international standards as well.
I'm sorry, the field levels what?
Would be below the levels provided by the international standards.
Could you speak to the rate of attenuation one should expect when you are close to the source, when you are within the substation?
Yes, different sources will have different rates of attenuation. Generally, the transmission and distribution lines, the field levels will decrease with the square of the distance away from the source. And for other equipment such as transformers, the field levels generally decrease with the cube of the distance away from the source. So in all cases, it decreases quite quickly with distance.
How would you assess public health risks if one were very close, as you said, centimeters within the equipment? I understand that different equipment have different emission levels, but still, if you go for the worst case scenario, what are we up against?
So diving into these standards in a little bit more depth, both of them are based on established health effects, which tend to be nerve induction. There's a possibility for very high levels of fields to provide nerve conduction. And those are based on what these organizations describe as basic restrictions. So it's an electric field inside the body. Those electric fields inside the body are difficult to measure. And so both of these organizations provide the reference levels, which are those that I provided for the 2,000 and the 9,000 millivolts. And those are based on very conservative assumptions. So for instance, a person barefoot, if we're going to relate it to a typical transmission line right of way, you would think of a person barefoot standing directly underneath an overhead transmission line or an underground transmission line. And the electric fields inside the body would be higher in those situations. Inside a substation, if there's any sort of PPE, personal protective equipment involved, boots, shoes of any kind really, and things of that nature, the basic restrictions that are protected against by these organizations wouldn't be exceeded even at very, very close distances of a few centimeters away from the equipment.
I'm sorry, a few centimeters, what?
Away from the equipment.
Okay, thank you. That was clarifying. So I understand that it's kind of inevitable that you have electric and magnetic fields when you have lines transmitting electricity. But in terms of choices that you make, whether it be with regard to design, selection of what kind of transmission cables you use, or construction methods maybe, can the company summarize how it has gone about ensuring that EMF effects are taken care of, or have you directly addressed EMF mitigation in terms of any design selection that you've made, in the choice of your cables, in the routes that you've selected, etc.?
Yes, I can speak to that as well. And to separate the components of the project a little bit, the substation itself, as I said before, is not accessible to members of the public. And so the field levels that we're going to be interested in are outside the substation. And consistent with IEEE standard 1127, what we found in this case is that the field levels at the edge of the substation and beyond, where members of the general public might have access, are generally determined by the transmission lines entering the substation or the distribution lines exiting the substation. And so both of those sources have gotten a good deal of attention in terms of how to minimize the magnetic fields from them. Briefly, the distribution lines are all contained within duct banks, where the three phases of the distribution line, each individual distribution line, are contained in a single conduit. And by putting all three phase conductors in the same conduit, you have a very efficient mutual cancellation of magnetic fields. And so the fields from those sources decrease very quickly with distance. For the transmission lines, you can't have each conductor in an individual conduit, but they're put in double circuit duct banks. And the configuration of those duct banks have been optimized based on the currents that will flow in the cables. The phasing has been optimized to reduce the magnetic field levels as much as possible for those lines. So both for the distribution and the transmission lines, that is something that has actually been accounted for.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kotz. So those are the questions I had on the EMF section. If you, I'll just ask if anyone else among my colleagues has a question on this section, EMF.
I have one question if I may, Mr. Bakar.
Please, Mr. Wong. Yeah.
Thank you. So this question is directed at the panel in general. I don't think if anyone has an answer, please feel free to chime in. So can you correct me if I'm wrong? The transmission line EMF data provided to the siting board in the initial filing pertains to the EMF values for the project lines only. Is that correct? Meaning that they don't include the other existing utilities that are in the along the routes.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. My question is simply, does the company have an idea of the existing utilities, and thus if there's a ballpark idea for how much the cumulative impact is?
Yes, I can address that as well. This is covered in the petition volume 2, and I can direct you to a particular page and table if it's helpful. But in brief, prior to the project being undertaken, and in fact, prior to any modeling being undertaken, we did measurements of the existing magnetic field levels, both around the substation as well as along the entirety of each of the transmission line routes. And those are summarized in the petition volume 2 appendix, I believe 5-6. And in particular, the average field level that was measured along each of these routes was quite low, on the order of about 2 milligauss. Certainly as you go between, or I should say, beneath an overhead distribution line or above an underground distribution line, there were areas where the field levels were higher. But all of the magnetic field levels that were measured were between approximately 0 and about 32 milligauss for those brief areas. But as I said, in general, the average field on each of the routes was about 2 milligauss or more.
I'm sorry, but in general, I couldn't hear the end.
The average magnetic field level measured on each of the routes was about 2 milligauss or lower.
Thank you, Mr. Kotzen. I appreciate the reference as well. I should know this, but could you refresh my understanding for EMF effects? Are they added? Is it simply you're adding new the additional EMF values to existing, or is it more complicated than that?
It's usually more complicated than that, because magnetic fields are vectors. They have both a strength and a direction. So it's possible for a new source of magnetic fields to actually cancel out an existing source. And that's something that's done quite a bit on transmission line rights of way, where there may be an existing line, and then you'll add in a new line and take advantage of the mutual cancellation of the two. In this case, I was going to say, most of the sources are probably not as consistent as you would see from a transmission line. And so the safest assumption would be just to add the two together. That would be a maximum value that you would get. If you take 2 milligauss from the existing source and 4 milligauss from the transmission line at a particular location, you could get a maximum of 6, but it may be as little as the 2 milligauss.
Thank you.
Pointing in opposite directions and canceling one another.
I guess further, just so I'm completely understanding, if it's a vector, does that mean that it's possible that the stronger, I guess, there are certain sources that could be more overpowering, and it would likely be that, for example, the transmission line related EMFs would actually be the main contributor in an area compared to other lower voltage lines.
It's certainly possible if in an area that there are very low field levels, the new transmission line may be the primary source in that area. But as I said, it would kind of depend on the details of the different sources.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Mr. Cox and panel, do you know of IEEE 1127?
Yes, I'm familiar with 1127.
Yes.
Thank you. Could you briefly, for the record, just really high level, explain what that is for right now?
And Chris, certainly feel free to add anything you see fit, but as we're talking about electric and magnetic fields, 1127 has a good discussion about substations and what to expect around substations. And 1127 states that in general, and this is also what we see in this case, the sources inside a substation decrease much more quickly with distance than the sources that are kind of crossing in and out of the substation. And so things like transformers or reactors or things of that nature are generally not a significant contributor to magnetic field levels at the edge of the substation and beyond. Instead, it is the transmission lines or distribution lines entering or exiting the substation that tend to be the dominant sources at the boundaries of the substation for electric or magnetic fields.
Thank you, Mr. Soderman. Do you have anything to add?
Nope.
Thank you. I think that the last question on that topic, and I think that might wrap up magnetic fields at the moment. Panel, do you know if we have more information on IEEE 1127 or if it's on the record for us?
I don't believe that the standard, because it is a copyrighted material, has been provided because it is under copyright protection, so we can only reference it.
Okay.
But the discussion that Mr. Cox has had basically summarizes the extent of the discussion on EMF from Guide 1127.
I'm sorry, the discussion on EMF, what?
From the Guide IEEE Standard 1127.
Thank you, Mr. Soderman. I am all set for now. Does anyone else have questions on EMF? Ms. Sharkey?
Would you like to move on to traffic?
I think if we do that, we'll likely be stopped. After we come back from the break, maybe we can do traffic after the rates questions. Is that okay?
Okay.
Ms. Sharkey? Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like we're ready to take our lunch break. Let's come back at 2. Off the record.
Thank you. See you at 2.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Okay, let's go back on the record.
Come on up, please. Just a second, sorry. All right, thanks.
Smitha, do you have questions with regard to traffic?
She does, but she's not in the room right now.
Okay.
Did you want to start with traffic and then get into rates?
Yes, because that way, among other things, Mr. Sutton isn't stuck listening another day.
She'll be back in a minute.
Okay, thank you. In the meantime, did Mr. Wilmer have a clarification he wanted to make?
I was it on rates? Mr. Wilmer's question would be to the rates panel.
Okay, so we'll wait for that. I apologize to everybody for the delay. In the interim, I guess I'll take the opportunity to ask if there's anything else somebody needs to bring up. Okay, thank you.
We're back. She's about to jump on.
Thank you, Wayne. Ms. Divakar, I understand you have questions related to traffic.
Yes, sorry for the wait. So let me just get started here. Now these questions are mostly based off MIT's testimony, and the reference is MIT WSP-1. Let me know when
Sorry,
you're ready.
Can you repeat that number again? MIT?
WSP-1.
Mike, if it helps, use the expert testimony that MIT's consultants submitted on their behalf to the siting board.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
You're welcome.
Mr. Wayne, could you mute, please?
I think I have it. This is the testimony, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I am ready.
Thank you. So herein, MIT mentions the nature of bus fleet traffic along Vassar and Ames, which include a mention of MIT tech shuttles, overnight bus services for students and grocery shuttles. Can you speak to their concern?
Could you point me to the section of the testimony to which you're referring to?
So this is page 15 of the testimony.
And what in particular is your question regarding their statement on these buses and shuttles?
So they do mention that, any work, construction work that might be on Vassar Street or the Ames Street can impact or disrupt fleet services, bus fleet services, which include the shuttle services, grocery shuttles, overnight bus services for the students, and so forth. I'd like to know your opinion about the kind of traffic bus fleet services that ply on Vassar and Ames, and
I'm sorry, the type of bus fleet services that what
ply on Vassar and Ames, and how would you respond?
Well, I can tell you that we didn't look at individual bus services. The only bus services that were evaluated were the MBTA bus service in this area. And it actually was not used in the scoring criteria. When the buses were evaluated, they were simply noted so that we knew when preparing traffic management plans during construction, it was something that we were going to need to address and more or less to raise awareness of the location of the individual bus stops along a particular route. So we did not look at any of the individual shuttles. They would be considered regular general traffic along those roadways.
If I can add to what Mr. Sutton has said, when looking at a project, when we're moving into a construction phase, we develop robust traffic management plans that address vehicle traffic as well as buses, shuttles, pedestrians, bicycles, any type of mode of transportation that it can occur in the area. We've been in conversations with MIT about their specific use of the roads, and any traffic management plan would incorporate any of their commuter lines or any of the buses that you mentioned. We have met with MIT as early as yesterday to discuss some of these components, and we're looking to utilize several of the traffic management plans that they've actually developed for their construction along Vassar and other areas to be able to successfully manage the construction to ensure that their students and residents get from point A to B successfully with the least amount of interruption.
Okay, thank you. Now, after this testimony was submitted, at any point has Eversource tried to understand the traffic patterns on Wadsworth Street?
I can start that response, and then Mr. Howard or Mr. Sutton can step in. We have not analyzed the traffic patterns in depth on Wadsworth Street. As I mentioned, traffic is a common theme that needs to be managed throughout any type of construction means or methods. The use of the roadways in a lot of ways is similar to other roadways. And when analyzing those components, those factors were not the most critical factors. We also have the issue of time, where many of our analyses of routes took over a year or so to develop. And we, over the course of the last couple of weeks, we have not been able to mobilize a staff person to go out and actually count traffic that we have in the past.
So should I read it as you intend to?
If we determine to proceed with this route, we would intend to, but at this junction, through our analysis, we do not believe that the routes proposed by MIT provide any additional benefit, nor are they superior in any of the ways that Eversource routes. So no, we do not intend to look at traffic.
Thank you.
To expand on Ms. Benjamin's testimony, I refer you to our response for RS 26, where we just absolutely.
You said RS 26?
Yes. EFSB-RS-26.
Yes.
We described in the response to RS 26, we were asked to summarize the sub impacts along that route. So we have looked at the roadway itself. We have determined that roadway is narrower than the proposed route, which is Ames Street, which will impact the available traffic management schemes that we can work with to maintain traffic. More than likely, depending on where the actual location of that line is, should Wadsworth be taken forward for any reason, the design would dictate obviously what we have for space left to maintain public access on the roadway during construction, but it would be very inhibited given the narrow cross section of Wadsworth itself compared to Ames Street.
Okay, thank you. Now, to the best of the company's knowledge, what is the frequency of train traffic along the Grand Junction Rail Corridor? I would like you to talk about how it looks, how the traffic looks like on a weekday and a weekend.
I can speak in generalities, Ms. Divakar. Through our discussions with MassDOT Rail, the term that they used was infrequent, and they described certain scenarios where they were, and Maya, help me out here if you recall, but where freight traffic would be brought to another part of the rail in their system, but it's always been described as infrequent to us. I do not know the number of trips or when those trips occur, but the theme was that they were infrequent on the Grand Junction Rail, at least as it relates to what we talked about with regards to the section that goes through Cambridge.
So just
Correct.
sorry, please go ahead.
As Mr. Howard said, that line is specifically used for maintenance of infrastructure by MBTA. It's not currently used to carry residents or other people entering the area. The MBTA does have plans to make that possible in the future. So as Mr. Howard stated, it's our understanding that trains will be coming through possibly 2 to 3 times a day as they're bringing them in for maintenance.
So when you say maintenance, can you elaborate? Maintenance of what?
Maintenance of the actual cars that are used by the trains or the actual, like, any component of the train. As MBTA explained to us, the only other pathway to get to their facilities to maintain the cars is a 300-mile railroad around. So it's critical that they maintain access to their facilities each day to allow the cars to come in and out.
Thank you. That's helpful. Now moving on, with the same exhibit, we are on the same exhibit. If you could move to pages 12 and 13. It might be a repeat in terms of what you have to offer, but I'm just asking you the question anyway. Now, this in here, it mentions that food and supplies delivery to the MIT residential area facilities along the Vassar and Ames Street can be disrupted if any construction activity is taken up on these streets. Would you like to respond differently?
I can start answering that question. And I would reinforce my previous statement that these are components that are critical to a traffic management plan and are also really important for a sound construction project. In any part of the city of Cambridge, Somerville, or the city of Boston, would we be in a situation where we have the potential where we're working in close proximity to houses or other types of facilities where people can be interrupted. So those are pieces that we're cognizant of, which is why we work on establishing specific work hours, working with the adjacent abutters. All of the items that MIT identifies are consistent with the remainder of the project and are important aspects that we look to manage as carefully as possible. I would again say that MIT does undertake a significant amount of construction in this area and has several plans in place that we have asked them to help us design and implement management plans for this area to minimize any impacts to their communities.
Do you have, since you mentioned these construction plans, do we have any idea of what the timelines are on them?
From Eversource construction plans?
No, you just mentioned that you were in communication with MIT and have learned about their own construction plans along these routes, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm just trying to understand if we have an idea of what the timelines are on these construction sites that MIT is going ahead with.
How long they're working on Vassar Street?
Well, it could be, okay, let's put it this way. With regard to timelines on this project, is there any overlap that you see?
With other MIT projects
that you mentioned along these routes, those that you referred to while answering the question.
The few that I was referring to are projects that are already complete by MIT or are currently underway. Mr. Eck, could you elaborate on any of the MIT projects that we've learned about that we would have to co-manage?
Yeah, no, I mean, we're still in the process of gathering the intel on future projects, but as Ms. Benjamin mentioned, they've recently completed many projects along Vassar Street that we're aware of, and from the conversations, there were indications that they'd be willing to share their traffic management plans with us so that we can make sure to enhance our plans accordingly based on the lessons learned from those activities. But again, as these projects tend to be years in duration, things happen. And so it's important to have that close communication and coordination throughout the entire process.
I thank you. So I understand that there are some shifting pieces in there, but to the best of your knowledge, would these construction projects be done by the time your construction timelines begin for the Vassar and the Ames Street?
So I can speak that there is one project under construction now that is located at 269-301 on Vassar Street, but MIT has provided on the record COM-MIT6 that they don't have specific timeframes of their future projects. So we would continue to work with them on that. But the Vassar Street construction, we would anticipate that would be close to completion by the time our project was in construction.
Thank you. Now, if you could move on with the same exhibit on page 29. There is an observation MIT makes. It states that the company collected traffic data during the pandemic, and these are conservative figures. Does the company agree to the period in which the counts were taken?
Mr. Sutton, could you please speak to that?
I can answer that. I believe we provided a response about traffic counts in EFSB-RS-7, where we talked about the 15-minute spot counts being done during our preliminary analysis of the routes because of the pandemic back in 2019. The traffic count program was executed in the summer of 2021, if I remember correctly. And while remote work was still a factor, and traffic volumes continue to vary daily and hourly these days with the return to work and people's flexible schedules being a little bit more encouraged with business these days. We waited as long as we could to make those counts and still, push the project forward, make our filing.
Okay. In that case, in order to ensure data accuracy, have you invested time in factoring in earlier trends or anything of that sort to get the data as accurate as possible?
Well, the data itself is really for an order of magnitude scoring function. So as long as all the traffic counts were taken at the same time, it really shouldn't impact scoring all that much, which is the reason why we moved ahead in 2021 with the count program.
Can you,
go ahead.
If I could interrupt you, can you expand on that? Can you, I didn't understand why it wouldn't matter. Can you expand just so I understand? Yeah.
Absolutely. If you look at the scoring logic in the traffic spreadsheets, the traffic counts, the traffic impacts are more or less scored by the width of the roadway, which determines the allowable traffic management that you could potentially use Obviously, depending on where in the right of way the duct bank actually gets placed during design due to other factors. And the that really determines the overall score. It will increase slightly if I believe the threshold is 500 vehicles per hour. And if you look at the traffic counts on most of the roadways, with the exception being Memorial Drive, most of those roadways don't exceed that threshold. So there really was not a lot of adjustment needed in the scoring based on traffic volumes.
What Mr. Sutton is, just to add to what Mr. Sutton is saying, is that our traffic analysis was done at a point in time. And so it was consistent across all of the routes for that specific point in time. So if you would expect to see an increase of traffic on MIT's campus, you would also expect to see an increase on other roadways as well. If there was a suppression of traffic in that specific community, there was a suppression across Cambridge, Somerville, and Boston. So if we would see a consistent change across all of the project and would expect it to be similar.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin.
So
That's what I was getting at.
Thank you for the clarification. So I understand that since you've done the traffic counts at the same time, it doesn't change much. But would you anticipate any change if you did a traffic count now versus when you did a traffic count in 2021 versus when you did a traffic count at the same time for all of these routes in 2019? And would anything change if you did traffic counts in summer when there are no classes? And would anything change if traffic counts were done in winter? So have these things been factored in to ensure that the traffic counts that you're quoting or giving us, the figures that you have provided us, are as accurate as possible?
Traffic counts can vary daily. So whether you took them, the key is to take them all at the same time. When you capture them all together, you're getting the same sort of level of traffic across all of those communities, all of those roadways, as Ms. Benjamin mentioned. If we were to take counts now, would they be higher? Potentially. Would they tell us anything different? Potentially, but they really wouldn't impact the score more than likely by a few points or tenths of points when you look at the overall scoring. So I don't feel that updating the traffic counts to current traffic volumes would yield largely different results than what we gathered with the traffic data we used from 2021.
Can you run me through the traffic scoring that you did?
In
the choice of criteria, in the selection of the routes.
Anything specifically?
No, I just want to know, I know what criteria you came up with. Just want to know why those criteria? How did you get to just those in your methodology, in your analysis? Why did you choose just those criteria?
Can you be more specific on the criteria that you're referring to?
All the criteria that went into your traffic, when you scoring, yeah.
I believe we responded to that actually.
Mike, if it's helpful to guide you a little bit, I think this gets to the question you're posing, Mr. Vicar, but if it's not, we'll find the right one. Just as a template to walk through, Mike, MIT 1-25 had a specific request regarding some of the computations that you did as part of your scoring methodology. Maybe that's an effective way to respond to the question.
Just run me through how you went about it. Just run me through how did you get to these for your scoring criteria? Why were not other criteria considered, or was it from a whole universe of criteria you moved on to these criteria that you presently have? Just run me through how you.
I think Mr. Sutton and Mr. Howard, if you could talk through all the various components that went into the specific traffic score, and the various aspects that we analyzed, I think that would be helpful.
I need a moment to
Thank
pull up a spreadsheet so that I can methodically go through it. Because there are a lot of them and I don't want to leave anything out.
Thank you.
Bear with me, please. So just for the record and for your own information, I would recommend also referring back to MIT-1-30. I know that Mr. Howard mentioned 25. 24, 25, and 26 were all the same response, but for different roadways. But 30 really got into the nuts and bolts of what was being calculated as part of the overall scoring. Just more for your reference than anything else. To kind of walk you through how this was all sort of put together. This was taken from a previous project. It was the scoring methodology began as part of the Sudbury to Hudson project and was adapted for use on this project. For our particular needs for this project and being sensitive to the needs and the conditions surrounding the area, cities and towns that we're looking at for this project, we added emphasis to collect and use bicycle lane and bicycle accommodation data in our scoring, as well as pedestrian impacts within the roadway. So in coming up with the scoring itself, the first thing that we collected, we went through and did an inventory of the roadway. More importantly, in that scoring is determining the overall width of the roadway, curb to curb. Obviously ignoring things like, cycle tracks and separated bike facilities or buffered bike facilities that might have delineators along them. We ignored all that. We look at the road as one complete canvas, curb to curb, when trying to maintain public access during construction. So when we did that, it sort of breaks down into a series of available traffic management schemes that you can use. Excuse me. The first one is a lane closure or a two-way shift on a roadway that is greater than 40 feet in width. That is one option. When a road is less than 40 feet, but it's at least 26 feet wide, we went with alternating traffic. That would give us enough room to be able to excavate a trench, so to speak, and still be able to get traffic by it with proper devices. And then lastly, anything less than 26 feet was determined to be closure and detour as a worst case analysis. There might be opportunities to do things to maintain some form of access, whether it's bicycle, pedestrian at that time, but just looking at vehicular impacts, I think was the way that we were looking at these, the traffic, so to speak, as part of the scoring. It was more vehicular access on these roadways. So when looking at that, the overall width of the roadway gives you which scheme you're going to follow when you're looking at the scoring logic. From there, you would look at your traffic volumes that were collected. For the traffic volumes, we used the highest hour of the data that was collected. So that way we could be as conservative as possible.
Just a minute. If I
Absolutely.
So when you say highest hour of all the data that you collected, now this is the 2021 data?
Yes.
Okay. Please,
Yes.
please proceed. Yeah.
That data was used and then a score was arrived at, depending again, based on the width of the roadway. That's how the score gets determined. And then it's finalized looking at the traffic volume to see if there's a need to increase that impact. In other words, it's pretty plain and simple. If you've got more cars, you're going to have more impact, right? So the idea was that, if you have a higher traffic volume, that we increase that score to capture that. And then on top of that, sub-impacts are calculated. And those sub-impacts are made up of the size of the intersections and size and number of the intersections, I should say, that are encountered along a route. Any pedestrian crossings that are encountered along that route, again, pedestrians only as they cross the roadway. Bicycles along each route. And they were counted, if the road is marked as a sharrow, that was counted as a bike facility, even though they're obviously being handled as general traffic. But just to be able to quantify that impact to the bicycle community. Obviously, if the roadway was not marked appropriately with a sharrow, it didn't have a bike facility, there was no impact counted. Still recognizing there are bicycles there, but that distance or that impact was not double counted, so to speak, or added as a sub impact for a bicycle facility. Those things cumulatively make up your sub impacts, which are then added to the length of your overall route. The sub impacts get added to that. You take the length of the overall route, and then you multiply that by your score. That gives you an impacted length. And then from that impacted length, you add the sub impacts, and that gives you your score, your total impacted length for the route, I should say. And then that is divided by the overall length of the route, just straight length. So all of the impacts here are quantified in distance, because the way we look at it is distance is time, it's impact. So the greater, when you're working in an intersection, you're going to be slower. You're going to be impacting more than just the roadway that you're on traffic-wise, obviously, because you've got adjoining roadways. So to quantify that and capture that, what we did is we just added more distance. So you essentially double count the route across that intersection.
Right. So from what you're saying, there have been traffic counts, and how granular we have been on in terms of modes is.
I'm sorry, in terms of what?
Modes in term
modes.
Yeah. You've considered pedestrian, and the rest of it have all been considered car traffic.
Pedestrian, bicycles, and all vehicles.
All vehicles.
All vehicles.
And that's where you said, these services were not captured. For example, the bus fleet services, those changes in frequencies were not captured. Even in a day, the frequencies that get added because of these, services were not captured. It was all grouped into all vehicles. The rest of
all
it,
vehicles.
Right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, good. Okay. Thanks
because
for the clarity.
the reason we did that is that the impact itself, whether it's a shuttle bus or it's you in your car trying to get to your appointment or what have you, everybody's counted the same because they're just general road users.
It's just that, sometimes when it's a bus, you still have to wait for it, and it's only when it comes that it comes, right? I mean, that's the difference, I guess. Yeah, but anyways, so moving on, I have a question on substation, the new substation and related traffic. Now for this, I'd like you to refer to EFSB T3 and T4.
I'm sorry, T4?
T-3 and T-4, sorry. Now T-3 gives us a list of future and ongoing construction projects around the new substation site, while T4 addresses the company's plans for coordinating traffic management with these projects. The question is, will the construction timelines of any of these listed projects coincide with the construction schedule for the new substation?
I can start that response, and I'd like Mr. Eck to step in. We do know of several projects that will overlap the construction of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program. One of them specifically being MIT's Volpe redevelopment, which you can see at the bottom of the page on T-3. That is a project that Eversource has worked considerably with MIT to co-design as well as manage construction. So in any of those cases, we will continue to work with those entities. But that is Chuck's main responsibility in working with these entities. Can you elaborate further, please?
Yeah, I mean, we've only just now initiated some discussions with the city and the developers, primarily Boston Properties, on future planning. Again, not yet confirmed scope and schedule. It's hard to get into the details on it. So we've only had some very high level assumptions in terms of those discussions, but there are plans in the near term, and likely at this point, it's towards the end of this year, early next year, that we would start looking into those details and developing the traffic management plans, primarily in and around the area of the future station site, in coordination with all of the projects that are listed, which are primarily being, let's say, watched by the city of Cambridge.
I think it was in T4 where you mentioned that you were also waiting for the BXP to confirm the project construction.
I'm sorry, you were waiting for the what?
For the BXP to confirm the project construction schedule. Would you have any updates on that?
I'm just bringing up T4, sorry.
It could be T3 or T4. Yep.
It is T4.
And go ahead.
Boston Properties is currently in construction on their property and actively managing the schedule. Nothing has shifted from their original commitment to us of 2026. To date, there is some anticipated changes, but it's something we're going to have to continue to monitor. Boston Properties is aware of how critical it is to transfer or complete their aspect for us to start construction of the substation to meet the need date. Anything to add, Mr. Eck?
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Benjamins. I would just wanted to add that we do have weekly coordination meetings with Boston Properties, and we are given frequent updates as to the status of construction at this site. And so, as you can imagine, if there are any potential delays from that site development, that we'll know about them sooner rather than later. And but as indicated before, at this point, we're still tracking to the dates that were provided in the previous exhibit mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Eck. Thank you, Ms. Benjamins. That's all I had on the traffic section. If any of my colleagues have further questions on this section, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Bakar. I have just a couple quick questions. Mr. Sutton, you had said that summertime measurements for traffic counts, it doesn't really matter in terms of comparisons of traffic between routes. I was wondering if it's possible to make the generalization that for the sheer number of traffic counts, that it's likely that it would be more outside of the summer months generally.
Could you clarify? I guess I don't.
So I guess I couldn't hear you, Mr. Sutton. Could you clarify what?
Could you clarify the question? I don't understand what he's looking for information from.
So I just wanted to know generally, because assuming that in the summertime there are no classes, and I understand, that traffic varies day to day, but is it okay to generalize that when there are classes going on, that there would be more traffic in general?
I would say that's accurate.
Thank you. And has the company had any conversations? I understand you haven't finalized or maybe haven't started talking about a TMP yet. Has the company had preliminary discussions?
Go ahead. Has the company
had any preliminary discussions with the municipalities and that might be involved in working on a TMP together?
Again, we're only at a high level having those discussions in terms of planning for when we will start those in earnest. The majority of that planning won't occur until we have, let's say, more certainty on the scope and schedule. And but at this point, I would say that time frame is going to be, again, towards the end of this year or early next year, that we would get into the further details on developing those plans.
Thank you, Mr. Eck. And at this point,
Mr. Wayne, can I add to that response? As Mr. Eck was saying, those will happen later, but what's happening right now is determining the sequencing of when each line will be in construction, trying to collect all the information for when we anticipate to be in each location. And that's the first step that needs to happen of like, when is it better for MIT to be on Vassar Street? When is it better to be on Magazine Beach for DCR? When do we need to complete construction across the Volpe site? When do we need to be working in Somerville? Those are all the pieces that we're putting together. So once we have a more specific idea of we will be in this location around this time, that's when we would get into the specifics of what that traffic management plan will be. So we're working through the pieces step by step.
thank you, Mr. Wright and Ms. Benjamin. I think my question just at the high level is, have the municipalities expressed any, I know this is preliminary, have they expressed any concerns in particular with traffic in certain areas, or is that for the future?
I would offer that, and this is only my feedback on their concerns. I can't speak directly for them, but certainly there's a lot of work planned at the site development by Boston Properties, as well as the MIT folks on their Volpe development, which both of these developments are in close proximity. And I think coordinating their work efforts with our proposed work efforts that may start as early as, the end of 24. I think that they do have concerns that we start planning this work earlier rather than later in terms of traffic management planning. Sorry.
Thank you. And in terms of possible work at night, is that something that the company would, at this moment, are you able to confirm if you're trying to avoid that?
I would say that, again, we'll work with the cities on how we approach the work hours, but inherent with night work is loss of production. So the more night work, the longer the duration of the construction activities.
Thank you. Okay, and last few questions. Is the company at this stage contemplating lay down areas that are remote from the construction site?
Ms. Benjamin's maybe could expand, but at this point, we've only identified one potential lay down yard that would be used for this project.
And would that lay down yard include parking for the workers?
At this point, we're looking for space. And until we are able to bring our contractors on board and have those detailed conversations upon use, it's our typical practice that the yards that are needed by our contractors would be under the scope of our contractors. But we recognize, due to the size of this project and the intense coordination that'll be needed with the local developments, that we will need space, which we're trying to locate. But at this point, we only have one site that's been located to date.
Thank you. And finally, can you speak to your strategies with regard to large equipment deliveries?
Maybe I could ask you to state the question again.
Yeah, so often when we're dealing with traffic, we often hear about the company's need for oversized deliveries of equipment to the construction sites and so on. I just wanted a confirmation about your strategy with this project.
It's a good question. Thank you. Again, we're still at the early stages of planning that level of construction sequencing, but in general, the largest equipment will be associated with the substation construction, and we're not anticipating those deliveries until at this stage probably early 2027. The only other large equipment prior to that would be cable reels associated with the line installation, and those deliveries. And again, these are a level of detail that we're not yet confirmed, but I'm offering to provide some general guidance. We would not anticipate those deliveries to initiate until 2026.
Thank you. I'm all set. I think Mr. Wilmer might have one or two questions, and then we're done.
Can I just add to Mr. X's response there? We typically look at delivering large equipment outside of high vehicle use times. So it's either early in the morning or late at night. And our goal is to move the equipment the least amount of times possible to make sure that it's protected, and then also to reduce mid-storage locations. So we would, based on where the equipment is typically coming from, we have to work with Mass DOT and other entities to arrange that specific delivery, as well as the city. So we'll be working through those necessary agreements to make sure that we're successful, but it will be done at a time of day that's meets the needs of the city. Thank you.
Thank you all for the clarifications on the traffic studies. That was very enlightening what Mr. Sutton shared. I would like to clarify a little bit further on some aspects of how these traffic analysis were conducted. Specifically regarding public transportation, are station locations and keeping access open to them factored into these traffic impacts or traffic analysis plans? Studies?
Not specifically, but again, looking at whether the roadway was going to remain open for public access based on the overall width of the roadway was our goal when trying to differentiate one route versus another.
Thank you. Another question I had was regarding crosswalks. I understood that the number of crosswalks along a route were counted. I wanted to know if there was consideration given to the volume of usage of a crosswalk.
There was not as part of the scoring. We figured, honestly, the reason why that was not factored in is that those discussions happen at the design level. When we start getting into traffic management plans, then we start talking with the agency or municipality with jurisdiction over the roadway on how best to manage access during construction, being sensitive to the larger crossings and things of that nature. Station access, as you had asked about previously, things like that are really worked out in the traffic management planning phase.
Thank you. I was thinking that both of those elements would be crucial in gauging the impacts of a route, but in particular intersections, certain squares in the Boston area have a particular importance. And I appreciate that the company looks at the traffic analysis and the fact that an intersection affects two roadways crossing I think it would be beneficial to also look at public transportation systems, which often serve squares with pedestrian crosswalks.
Can I make a comment relative to that?
Sure.
The main reason we don't look at it from that perspective is, again, the intent is to maintain access during construction to the greatest extent possible on all modes. When we look at routes and when we score these routes, we only look at the roadway itself. We're not looking at sidewalks and things like that. Again, those you'll get into at the granular level when you're really looking and diving deep into those temporary traffic control plans that will be developed as part of the overall traffic management plan for the project. The intent is always to maintain those access points whenever possible. Only when absolutely necessary would any of those be impacted. Just over the course of any other construction that you would see in the city, you know, when you work across the area that's occupied as a bus stop today, that bus stop may be temporarily impacted during a day or so's worth of construction while you're working in that particular area. And we would be working with not only the MBTA on their bus routes, but also with any other shuttle routes that have stops along that route, including the MIT shuttles, things of that nature.
I'd like to add to what Mr. Sutton said as well, because if you can just picture the city of Cambridge, Somerville, and Boston, they're all undergoing a significant amount of construction at this point. It's difficult to drive through or walk through any of those cities without encountering some level of pedestrian vehicle or bus detour. And because of that, traffic management, used as a holistic word, is conducive to managing where the community is at that specific time. So like if we were to develop a traffic management plan right now, it would not be applicable to the work when our construction is happening. There's a considerable amount of work happening around our future substation location between, as we talked about, Alexandria's development. The city of Boston is building multiple parks in those areas. There's other development adjacent to the substation that's also utilizing the roadways. The roadways are being opened up for commitments that both MIT and Boston Properties has made to install infrastructure for the Commonwealth. So there's a number of different aspects that need to be incorporated that will continue to change over time as some of these areas like in Somerville are going to be completely redeveloped and changed. So that's why we're looking at traffic at a specific point in time and how it measures out, but that does not replace the robust traffic management plans that we've been doing.
Thank you. That does bring me a new question regarding scheduling of ongoing projects. You mentioned that, you know, the cities of Somerville, Cambridge are going through great changes. And I was wondering how the company incorporates plans, if they're aware of plans of street closures ahead of time, and to what extent the company attempts to coordinate those street closures so that they can happen simultaneously instead of independently increasing the length of closure.
That's a really good question. And as Mr. Eck mentioned, we are already in coordination with the city of Cambridge to work on work happening at the same time as possible. That is our goal, to coordinate lane closures if possible. Sometimes we can't, but Mr. Eck, could you elaborate on this response?
Not by much, but essentially you're right on in that our initial focus areas from, you know, if this project moves forward, our initial focus for construction will be the areas in and around the developments of the Boston Properties and the MIT Volpe. And our intent in the development of our traffic management is to coordinate so that we are, let's say, using the same areas of the road in a coordinated fashion and minimizing the impacts to the overall traffic for the area. But it is important, again, that we initiate those discussions as early as possible, and that requires an understanding of schedule.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Does anyone else on the virtual bench have a question? Do any of the other parties have follow-up questions on these two topics?
Presiding Officer Shockey, I have a few follow-up questions on
Certainly.
traffic. I assume this is the only day that the traffic witnesses are going to be here.
Well, they will be here. They're here today, I guess, in terms of the scheduling we were doing for environmental. I'm not sure. I would also imagine that some of the information they submitted was included in the route selection section. And so I'm assuming the company is going to try to make some accommodations for that when we get to that section.
Well, I'm prepared to go. I just have a couple of quick questions, if that's okay if I proceed.
Oh, that's
today
fine.
on that.
Thank you, Mr. Duttori.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the panel. My name is John Duttori. I'm representing MIT in this proceeding. I have a couple of questions. I'm going to address them to specific witnesses only because I'm following up on some of your testimony, but any of the panel members ought to feel free to chime in if they have anything to add. I'd like to start with you, Ms. Benjamins. You made reference to some discussions with MIT about traffic management plans. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. But it's fair to say that at this point, Eversource has not completed any kind of traffic management plan for its construction along Vassar Street.
That is correct.
So at this point, we don't know to what extent Eversource is going to be able to mitigate any traffic impacts along Vassar Street. Is that true?
I will say that we have asked MIT for their traffic management plans and guidance on how to manage traffic in coordination with construction along Vassar Street to mimic many of the plans put in place for MIT's own construction.
And do any of the MIT projects that you're referring to involve a kind of excavation of Vassar Street that is proposed by Eversource?
Yes, they do. Each of those projects requires electric access as well as gas and other entities. So they have required digging in the street that we would work to incorporate their designs and recommendations. I will remind you that the street is owned by the city of Cambridge. So any traffic management plans or management thereof of construction need to be approved and run through the city of Cambridge.
Thanks for that reminder. So it's your testimony that the prior MIT projects are similar in scope in terms of their impact on Vassar Street that as the project that Eversource is proposing here?
I would say that actually our project is linear, where we will be moving systematically through the streets. What we did communicate to the MIT staff just yesterday during our meeting was our slowest expected progression would be 10 to 15 feet a day. And we committed to providing a draft schedule along how we would be proceeding. The MIT projects are large projects, such as building of grad housing, that take several years to complete, whereas we're looking at being more in an isolated linear time going through the street. So I think our construction duration would actually be shorter.
Okay. So your opinion that Eversource can mitigate the transportation traffic impacts on Vassar Street is based on the assumption that the scope of the Eversource project is similar to or less than the scope of previous MIT projects?
My statement of mitigating traffic is in comparison to the plethora of additional Eversource underground projects that we have completed and continue to complete during either the installation or operation of our lines across the city of Cambridge, Somerville, and Boston. And through this extensive experience and close coordination with the city, that we can work to accommodate and reduce any issues that the residents or users of Vassar would see.
Okay. And that experience includes excavation in streets with similar density to Vassar Street?
Yes, it does.
It does. And can you give me an example of just one of those?
A perfect example is Prospect Street that goes through Somerville and Cambridge. It's densely impacted with distribution, transmission, gas, infrastructure owned by MBTA. Those types of construction projects are ongoing where we're carefully coordinating that level of traffic. I would say that Prospect Street sees a considerable amount of traffic through commuting and other aspects that we have been able to successfully work with Somerville and Cambridge to manage.
Okay, and so is the density of the infrastructure in Prospect Street, is that Prospect Street? Is that something that's in the record here that we could find?
I believe that the information on the density in Prospect Street would be just outside of Station 402. So you would be able to see, I can look up the exhibit where we have the designs for that portion of the project.
That's okay. We can, if it's in the record, that's fine.
Yes, it's in the record for the designs of the Somerville routes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Sutton, you had some testimony concerning comparing Wadsworth Street with Ames Street. Do you recall that, sir?
I do.
Okay. Does Ames Street have a shared use path?
I believe it has a buffered bicycle lane that runs parallel to the curb.
I have a little trouble hearing. Could you mind repeating that answer, please? Yeah, thanks.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. I believe Ames Street has what I would refer to as a buffered bike lane, where it's got a pavement marked or raised island sort of separation between the bicycles and the cars, still within the same roadway as the motor vehicles, typically separated, I believe, in that section by raised plastic delineators.
Okay. So would that shared use path be one of the sub impacts that you had spoken about earlier that you consider in your traffic analysis?
It would, yes.
Okay. And does Wadsworth Street have a similar shared use path?
Wadsworth does not, and it does not have marked bike facilities of any sort along its line.
Good.
I'm sorry, of any sort what?
Any sort of along its lane.
I still couldn't hear you, sorry.
Mr. Sutton, you're kind of fading out, so maybe if you could sit closer if you're using your computer microphone to respond.
Yes, I believe that there are no bike facilities on Wadsworth Street. If you bear with me in a moment, I can verify that.
Not quite sure where to go with that. All I heard was static. Was that just me?
I stand corrected. There are sharrows on the upper part of Wadsworth between Main Street and Amherst Street. Sorry.
So you're saying there is a shared use path on?
There is no shared.
Wait. I have to hear the question. So you're saying there is a shared use
path on? Are you saying that there is a shared use path on Wadsworth Street?
No, I am not.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Olson, do you have any questions?
No questions on behalf of the city of Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosenzweig, do you have a redirect? You're on mute.
I'd benefit from having a few minutes to talk to this panel to see if there is any redirect. But if we were going to go off the record, I was also going to ask, how much time does the staff think they have on the sort of the rate questions that are in the cost category? Because I may need to suggest that if it's more than, say, 10 or 15 minutes, that I let those folks go and that we pick up on it first thing on Monday morning. So perhaps you can consider that when we go off the record, if we go off the record, and I can plan my witnesses accordingly.
So why don't we take 10 minutes, Alan? You can decide what you want to do about that, and I will double check on the amount of questioning we have on cost rate making issues. Although I would caution you, there may be some in terms of project costs, but there may also, I assume, be some cost rate making questions when we get to considerations of alternative routes, or within the presentations on, for example, the various variations that have been presented. Not a lot that I can think of, but I just think that that's one possibility that we might need to consider.
Okay, that I'll talk to my witness team about that. I'm not sure exactly on the routing side how rate making would differ, but or become an issue. But let me talk to our witness team on that.
Okay, thank you. So let's come back at 3:20. Back on the record?
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. If we could, we'd probably just have one or two redirect questions.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I throw this out to the traffic panel and maybe Ms. Benjamins, if you could address it. Some of the question you responded to dealt with the company's experience and confidence in it being able to manage traffic management for an underground transmission installation such as this. And I know you pointed to the Prospect Street Station and some of the utility density there. But I was wondering if you could also describe some of the company's other recent experiences for underground transmission construction where traffic management has been an issue and its success record in being able to deal with those issues.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. Eversource, as I mentioned, does undertake a considerable amount of substation and transmission line projects in urban areas, which do require underground construction. There are 4 projects that I'm going to reference that we recently completed that are in dense urban areas, and then one that we are imminently looking to begin construction in Boston and already are in construction some other places. The projects that we have recently completed in the last several years include our Electric Avenue substation, which is located in Brighton, which is very close to this project area that required extensive underground transmission lines to connect the new substation. We also have our Mystic to Woburn project, which is in the Boston, Chelsea, Everett, Medford, and Woburn area. That was an extensive project that required a lot of coordination and work in densely utilized streets. We also have our Woburn to Wakefield project that goes through Stoneham, Woburn, and Winchester, which is a primarily underground transmission.
I'm sorry, we also have our Woburn to Wakefield project, which I didn't hear you.
Which goes through Stoneham, Woburn, and Winchester. And that incorporates a significant amount of underground construction. And finally, we have our Station 99 project, the Seafood Way substation, which is located in the city of Boston. Also a densely utilized area that took considerable amount of underground construction coordination with the city and other entities. Finally, we're currently working on beginning construction in some specific areas on our Andrew Square to Dewar Street project. That is a project that is 2.1 miles long, located in streets that are either narrow, going through residential areas, or areas where DCR is redoing the streets and requires extensive construction coordination. That project we're going through the final stages of approvals with the city of Boston to approve our traffic management plans and move forward. So all of those projects require extensive coordination, extensive traffic management plans, as well as memorandums of understanding and coordination with other entities.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamins. No further redirect.
Any recross?
No, thank you, Presiding Officer Shockey.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. And I believe, at least for the immediate moment, that the traffic and EMF witnesses are released. Thank you.
You.
Mr. Presiding Officer Shockey, may I ask a question off the record, please?
Sure, off the record.
Is it just me? I'm getting all kinds of static. Anybody else hearing it, or is it just something on our end? No? Okay. All right. Okay, thanks.
Back on the record. So there are some cost questions and rate making questions, Mr. Rosenzweig, that we'd like to revisit, in part because of the testimony that the company provided with regard to the vicinity project and the potential changes to so that now the company's facility would become a PTF point. So some of this may be reiterating questions that we already asked you earlier when we discussed some of the arrangements for that the company is in discussions for with regard to providing service to vicinity. If I could ask Mr. Ryan if he's available to look at EFSB-C-4.
Ms. Sharkey, I don't think they've been sworn in yet.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Wong. We probably have a few witnesses that we would need to swear in at this point to address the pregnancy issues.
Was Ashley sworn? I can't remember if she was yet or not.
He was not. And Mr. Burnham would be a third witness that could speak to these issues.
Okay, thank you. Could the witnesses that Mr. Rosenzweig just identified please activate their video and audio?
Sorry, Dave is having a video. Give me just a minute. I'm having an IT issue here.
Sure.
I will say that Mr. Burnham has a hard stop at 4 o'clock today. That I hope we can be respectful of. But I think this panel, this group of witnesses, would be available first thing on Monday, if need be.
Okay, thank you. And I know when I went back to the transcript, we did talk about doing it next week. And I believe we have a limited number of questions, so maybe it'll give you a preview of what might be asked in more detail next week.
Might I suggest that while Mr. Burnham's technical issue is hopefully resolving itself, that we go ahead and swear in at least the other two witnesses and do direct, and perhaps pick him up on the backside if luck is on our side?
That's fine. Mr. Ryan, Ms. Botello, could you raise your hand so you can see it? I can see it in your video screen. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Mr. Ryan, I just can't hear you. I still can't hear you, unfortunately. Nope.
Might I ask if Mr. Burnham's IT is resolved?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
We can.
Presiding Officer, could you swear Mr. Burnham in?
Mr. Burnham, could you raise your hand so it's visible in the screen? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you.
Did that change anything?
Yes, we can now hear you. Can you just confirm again?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, witnesses. Mr. Kaler, could you take them through a very brief direct examination?
You bet. Good afternoon, Mr. Burnham. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is David Burnham. I'm employed by Eversource Energy. My business address is 56 Prospect Street, Hartford, Connecticut.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I am the Director of Transmission Policy.
What has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
I've reviewed the likely classifications of the project facilities under the ISO New England Open Access Transmission Tariff, and I can speak to issues around cost allocation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burnham. Recognizing that you have not yet responded to any discovery by name in this proceeding, I think you just answered the last question, which is on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify today?
I think I did.
Yep. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Patello.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Ashley Patello. I'm an employee of Eversource Energy Service Company. My business address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts.
What is your position with Eversource?
I'm the Director of Distribution Revenue Requirements for Massachusetts.
What has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
I've sponsored a few discovery requests related to distribution cost recovery items and the distribution costs presented in this proceeding.
Thank you. And on what topics are you prepared to testify?
I'm able to address any follow-up questions to those information requests or any general questions on distribution rate recovery.
Were those responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
They were.
Do you have any changes to those materials provided thus far for the record in this proceeding?
I do not.
Do you adopt those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, Mr. Ryan.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Timothy Ryan. I'm an employee of Eversource Energy at 107 Selden Street in Berlin, Connecticut, 06037.
What is your position with Eversource?
I'm a financial consultant in the Transmission Rates and Revenue Requirements Department.
What has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
Providing guidance to the project team on transmission cost recovery and rate making.
And are those the same topics that you're prepared to testify today?
Yes.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Ms. Sharkey, the panelists are available.
Thank you, Mr. Kaler. Mr. Ryan and any of the rest of the panel who would like to chime in, if you could please take a look at the response the company provided to EFSB C-4. And the company's response discusses essentially from whom the transmission costs and the distribution costs of the projects would be recovered. And I guess I'd like to ask you, how would this response change in view of the testimony the company provided regarding providing transmission service to vicinity for potentially one or both of its boilers at the Kendall plant?
Why don't I start? And I'll let Mr. Ryan add on if he'd like to. So within the response to EFSB C-4, at the end of the second paragraph, we included a list of NSTAR Electric wholesale customers who take local service. The situation I believe you're contemplating would be another wholesale load taking both local and regional network service under the appropriate tariffs. So if we were to fast forward in this question, we're asked at some point in the future where load at vicinity was taking service, under those tariffs, that sentence, I guess, would be expanded to include vicinity as a wholesale customer of NSTAR Electric Company. And they would be paying for a share of the costs through their transmission service charges.
And is there a difference in the share that vicinity would be paying based on whether they were receiving firm or interruptible service?
So I think there are different options for how a customer like vicinity can take service. So I'll use service under NSTAR Electric's Schedule 21 as example. That's our local service schedule. It does offer both firm and non-firm service. However, the ultimate charges are the same. They're based on the usage. So in terms of the ultimate bill to a customer, it does not matter whether they're taking firm or non-firm or any other service that's provided under that schedule. The number comes out to be the same at the end of the calculation.
I believe the company also stated that perhaps not solely because of the potential addition of vicinity as a transmission customer, but that it was now contemplated that the transmission facilities would become PTF facilities. Is that correct?
So the question of the classification of the facilities as PTF or non-PTF is entirely separate from whether vicinity or another large customer moves forward and how they take service. We did answer in C4, beginning of C4, the question about cost recovery, and the answer we gave there, which is would occur regardless of the classification of the facilities, is that they would be recovered through local service charges under Schedule 21.
And so is the statement the company made in the first paragraph that they did not anticipate the costs would be regionalized? Is that still correct?
That is, and that statement is correct, regardless of future scenarios around how large load customers such as vicinity might choose to take service.
And is it also regardless of whether the facilities will be classified as PTF facilities?
Yes, let me expand a little bit more on that. In order to be eligible for recovery in regional transmission rates under the ISO New England tariff, there are several criteria that have to be met. One is the classification as PTF, which is basically an electrical definition under the tariff, but that's not the only criteria. An additional criteria that needs to be met is that the project or the investment needs to be associated with a need that was identified on the PTF and more specifically identified by an ISO New England study on the PTF, because we're talking here about facilities that are today are non-PTF and are the responsibility of the company to study. We don't meet that criteria. The need that we're presenting for this project, the reason we're doing the project, is because of a need identified by the company on the non-PTF not a need identified by ISO New England on the PTF.
And so therefore, either the potential change in classification of the transmission facilities or the addition of Vicinity potentially as a transmission customer do not change the company's characterization in EFSB C-4 of how the costs would be recovered.
Yes, and let me just emphasize that kind of in two parts. First, when the facilities are constructed, when the project as we've proposed it is constructed, the new facilities will meet the electrical definition of PTF, but they won't meet the other criteria that I mentioned for recovery and regional rates. So they would still continue to be recovered under local rates. And then a customer coming along and taking service over the facilities would not change the overall cost allocation. The customer would be obligated to pay transmission service charges under whatever rate that customer was taking service under.
Would the interconnection of the Vicinity boilers require ISO review and approval?
It depends on the nature of service. The answer to that question depends a bit on the nature of service that a customer would request. If they are requesting wholesale transmission service from ISO New England, then yes, they are working directly with ISO New England. If a large customer is requesting retail service from the company under a state jurisdictional rate, they're not typically studied by ISO New England the same way, although there may be cases where an ISO study would still be required. It would depend on the exact nature of the service requested. So I don't think I can answer that definitively without having a specific request.
Just one moment, please. Great, thank you.
Thank you. And I guess if I could ask you to take a look at the company's response to EFSB C-5. And Mr. Eck and Mr. Lucas have already been sworn and I assume are still available if they want to chime in. I guess what I'd like to do is ask the same question of you, Mr. Burnham, as to whether the potential service to Vicinity would change any of the company's response to EFSB C-5.
Continuing to have some IT difficulties, and I'm not able to pull up C-5. If someone else could send it to me.
Could you just give us a moment?
Sure. Thank you.
I just emailed it to you, Mr. Burnham.
No, I don't think anything that we have discussed would change our answer to C-5.
And could you expand a little bit on the last paragraph of that response that talks about the approach the department adopted for capital recovery as part of the last performance-based regulatory mechanism?
Mr. Burnham, I'll take that one.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you. So the first and foremost, this project would be considered as part of distribution rates in the normal course of business. So once placed in service at the time of our next fully litigated rate case, the cost of Cambridge substation would be included in base distribution rates. A prudency review would be conducted at that time by the department on that investment once in service. So the current rate plan, the current PBR rate plan is a multi-year rate plan. It's a 5-year performance-based rate making plan, which is an extension over our rate plan approved in D.P.U 17-05. That 5-year term ends on January 1, 2028, and that would be the date of new base rates, base distribution rates that we would be making a proposal for. We also have the option to extend that rate plan an additional 5 years with D.P.U approval. My understanding on the time frame of in-service of this specific substation project for Cambridge is that it would take us past into the last 5 years of the term of the PBR plan. And I'll address your specific question. I know you had a question on clarifying what the K-bar approach is as part of the PBR mechanism. But essentially, we'd be looking at not the next base distribution rate case, but the one after that, where prudency would be reviewed for the Cambridge substation project once the investments were in service from a distribution perspective, so used and useful. And that's part of the typical review that the Mass D.P.U would undertake in a base distribution rate proceeding. So specific to your question on the performance-based rate making mechanism, the performance-based rate making mechanism provides revenue support between those base distribution rate proceedings. It's not akin to a capital cost recovery mechanism or a capital tracker, as you had referenced, and it is not intended to recover discrete capital projects or costs. So one thing it does do, and the department adopted this approach as part of the K-bar, as part of the PBR plan, it's called the K-bar approach. It looks at our historical capital investment, our total historical capital investment, and provides a level of capital support in between the base distribution rate setting period. So not a discrete capital cost recovery mechanism. There's not a prudency review that would occur prior to the base distribution rate proceedings. There are certain requirements and directives under the rate plan where we'll be reporting out on progress towards our capital plan, and the department will have an opportunity to review our progress on towards our achieving our distribution capital plan that we presented in the rate case proceeding. I know that was a lot. I can go into more detail on the specifics of the K-bar approach itself, but at a high level, coming out of the most recently approved rate case for NSTAR Electric, that's the construct that has been put in place.
Can you tell me if there are specific provisions for fairly large capital investments, which I would imagine this project would qualify as an individual project in comparison to the rest of the company's capital budget for a period of time?
Yes, it's a great question. So it is a large portion of our capital plan. If you look out into the 5-year forecast that we provided in the most recent rate case, Cambridge was included in that forecast and contemplated in the design of the PBR mechanism that the department ultimately approved. So the rate plan was designed and the revenue support mechanism under PBR was designed with our total capital plan in mind, including Cambridge. There are under our tariff, under our performance-based rate making tariff there, the department will be reviewing annual filings which show our progress towards that capital plan. They've also established a capital constraint for what we're eligible to include as part of the KBAR adjustment. So if any given year we're deviating from our plan up to that constraint, we wouldn't be allowed that revenue adjustment above that constraint in that given year. So in that way, I mean, we are reporting on our capital performance, the actual investments we're able to place in service through on the distribution side, our distribution capital plan. So if there was at any point in time that the department had a concern about a specific project that would be visible in that in the capital plan where we are providing a level of detail on an annual basis with the department on the total distribution capital plan, and Cambridge would be a part of that.
And does the, I guess, KBAR approach essentially smooth the potential rate impact that might otherwise occur if you suddenly had a large capital investment project coming into service around the time that new rates were going into effect?
Yes, 100%. And that is the intention and the benefits. One of the major benefits of PBR and the KBAR approach under PBR. The KBAR takes a look at your 5-year historical average of capital additions. So if you have a particularly large investment in any given year, like Cambridge substation would be, you're experiencing, or customers would experience, a smoothing in the rate smoothing impact, less volatile rates, because by function of how the calculation is designed within KBAR, because you're looking at a 5-year historical average. So if you have a spike in any one year, your customers aren't experiencing an increase at that level in that year, right? It's average. So one of the major benefits of the performance-based rate making plan adopted by the department is a transition in rates until the next time you come in for your base distribution rate increase. We're also under the rate plan. Another major incentive of performance-based rate making is that we're incented to stay out of a base. We make a commitment to stay out of a base distribution rate case for a period of time. In that stay out, we're incented to control our costs on our total capital and O&M expenses, our total cost of service. So the theory being, at the time that we reset base distribution rates in our next rate proceeding, customers should experience the benefit of that cost control in the cost of service that ultimately gets put into effect. So main principles of PBR, you hit on it. Rate smoothing for customers of capital investments provides the company with revenue support of its capital plan and incents the company to control cost in between rate setting periods.
Mr. Rosenzweig, I believe you have your hand raised.
I do. And I apologize for interrupting the interrogation. I just wanted to double check that it will be okay for Mr. Burnham to leave this panel at 4 p.m. because he does have a hard stop. And depending on whether the examination continues with the panel after 4 or not, he would be available Monday morning to resume if these issues will be on the staff's agenda to continue next week.
That's fine. And I don't think we have a lot more to go to today, but we can certainly ask Mr. Burnham questions next week and look forward to his weekend in the meantime.
Thank you for that. So Dave, I think you're okay to go, and we'll let the questions continue, and we'll catch up with you on Monday.
Thank you.
So Ashley, if I can ask you another question regarding the project and kind of the rate recovery for the company under the PBR approach. In theory, what would be the first year in which the company would begin to see recovery for its investments in the Cambridge project?
So it theoretically, not in the current rate plan that we're in right now, because we have a 5-year rate plan. That term ends on January 1, 2028. The first year we would expect to see, so hypothetically, if the department approved an extension on that 5-year rate plan for an additional 5 years based on a filing made by the company, the first point in time, the Greater Cambridge project would be included in rates, likely wouldn't be until January 1, 2031, the way the timing of the KBAR mechanism works. So that's a lot of ifs. It's dependent on in service, depending on the investments that have been placed in service and are used and useful before it would even appear in our PBR, before it would inform the capital additions that are included in the KBAR calculation. It's part of our 5-year capital forecast, so it's part of the 5 to 10 year forecast that the company provided in the rate case proceeding, and we're being measured against that forecast. So, but actual rate recovery or actual influence of the Greater Cambridge capital additions in the distribution rate filings could potentially be at the time of the next rate case, 2 rate cases.
And I'm not sure if this is a question you might need to defer to Mr. Burnham, but I wanted to confirm again in terms of, we had asked the company to provide information on the relative allocation of costs for the substation between transmission and distribution functions, and as well as, I guess, costs of the rest of the project. Would the addition of Vicinity as a transmission customer in any way change the amounts appearing in the allocation information that the company has provided?
I don't know the answer to that. We may need to tap Mr. Burnham, or if it's efficient, we could also address in a record request.
Yeah, my understanding too is that it would not affect those costs to the extent that Vicinity becomes a transmission customer and takes transmission service under either regional network service or local service. You know, they would pay their proportionate share of costs relative to the load that they've taken, but it would not change the project costs themselves. You know, and in that case, any costs that they pay reduce the cost burden on other customers.
Okay.
And I just want to clarify one other point. So I think you know this because it's in the response to EFSB C-5, but the construct I was talking about only applies to the distribution costs of Greater Cambridge. So just hope that's clear, but I just wanted to make sure the rate plan that we're talking about is for the distribution portion of the project.
Thank you. I guess I assumed that, but I appreciate the clarification. If you can take a look at the response to EFSB C-7. Which had asked for a net present value cost estimate for the project over its useful life. Again, just to clarify, would the potential service to vicinity change anything that the company has presented in this response?
So it is my understanding that it would not.
And the same case for distribution.
Just so the record's clear, and we don't have to do this each time, when Mr. Ryan is talking, he's generally talking about transmission rates, and when Ms. Botello is talking or answering questions, she's focusing on the distribution side of things.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification on the record. Mr. Wong, did you have some additional questions?
I do not.
Is there anyone else on the bench who has any additional questions?
Would they be able to ask them on Monday?
I believe we will, and that Mr. Burnham will have returned at that point as well.
That's correct. That is our plan, that these witnesses would be available first thing on Monday morning.
I think we would exercise that option.
In that case, you'll be happy to know we seem to be ending more or less on time. Because we will return to these topics beginning of next week. Is that acceptable? Also, does anyone have a burning question that they'd like to follow up on today? MIT indicates they do not.
City of Cambridge does not either.
Thank you. In that case, is there anything else anyone needs to say on the record before we conclude for the day?
No, thank you.
In that case, we'd like to thank everybody for participating. And I look forward to seeing you all on Monday at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.